Badu. I recently traveled to Nigeria as part of a much publicized fact-finding mission to report the truth of the Nigerian genocide. This was just one additional step in my 6-year mission to investigate and document this tragedy. During this time, I've traveled across Nigeria, often at great personal risk and sacrifice, visiting communities struck by genocide, concentration camps of the displaced generation of Nigerians, schools and orphanages filled with children who saw their families slaughtered, and much, much more, including some of the highest offices in the land. The reality of my recent trip was that I was invited to be a stooge for their international PR stunt. They somehow thought that after 6 years of investigating this genocide firsthand, across many dark corners of Nigeria, and working to raise awareness of this back home, that I would somehow get up front of the media and lie about it. Of course, I refused, and instead, God used me to flip the script, and I told the truth that they are so desperately trying to hide. I did what I was asked. I spoke the truth, and by God's mighty power, it had great impact. A long suppressed truth is always explosive. Data shows that just a few days after the press conference, total impressions across all media were more than 3 billion. And the narrative worldwide flipped from 80% denying genocide to 70% affirming. Observers on both sides of the Atlantic say this had an obvious impact on President Trump's recent statements and actions in this matter. I think that's pretty explosive. This is part 2 of that report. It is the official continuation of the important work I was formally invited to do by top representatives of the Nigerian government. And it exposes an even darker, deeper, and more suppressed truth. When you understand what's happening in Nigeria, how so many different pieces have come together and all the moving parts over such an extended time, it's hard to deny that there is an intelligent design. Auschwitz did not build itself. Swastika flags didn't just randomly appear across Germany. The armies of the Third Reich didn't just spring up out of nowhere. And in the same way, the evil jihad genocide machine we are seeing in Nigeria today didn't just happen by natural evolution or pop up spontaneously. By all indications, it is a long-running, strategic, sophisticated, and lucrative venture, and it's intentional. All evidence points to an intelligent design, and that begs the question, who's the designer, and what do they aim to achieve? Part 1 of my report delves entirely in verifiable, sourced facts to conclude beyond any reasonable doubt, and according to the United Nations definition, that there is indeed in Nigeria today a current, long-running, and growing genocide taking place by radical Islamists, jihadi Christians, nonviolent Muslims, and anybody else who stands in their way. My prior report also straightened out some of the spin from President Tinubu's team's talking points. For example, when whole villages of Christian farmers are systematically wiped out overnight by marauding Fulani militias on motorcycles with AK-47s and RPGs, who happen to be from a traditionally herdsman tribe, it is repugnant doublespeak to call that a farmer-herder clash. And no, it has nothing to do with global warming or economic inequality or any other ridiculous woke talking point pushed out to muddy the waters and deny this present Holocaust. It is driven by radical Islam, fueled by the blood mineral trade, and is continuing to strategically realign the Nigerian political map. There are people today who are personally benefiting enormously by these horrors. Now here's a disclaimer. I will say such disclaimers here so there's no misunderstanding. The granular details here are murky. The truth is buried under blood oaths, sadistic savagery, age-old tribal identities, radical Islamic theology and brotherhood, the highest levels of international meddling, corruption, and immense illicit wealth. The truth has been buried in mass graves alongside innocent people murdered in the most horrific ways, and almost entirely Christians. All this to say, the known puzzle pieces I will present in this report are verified, but I acknowledge without hesitation that they may ultimately be assembled in a slightly different way. At the same time, I believe any rational person will conclude that this report is definitely over the target, and the questions I pose here demand answers. Now, I know many Americans and other outside observers might be alarmed at what I present here. That's because you haven't been paying attention. The world has been distracted by Ukraine and Israel, Iran, sports and entertainment, and social media, and everything else. But the world must pay attention. Think of it as if it were 1940, and a reporter stumbled into evidence and exposed it to the world. This scenario is not all that different. We must care, because beyond being a massive humanitarian crisis, the clear and present national security implications affect us all over the world. To Nigerians hearing this, from all tribes and faiths and regions of the country, you know in your heart that what I'm speaking is true. You may find it abhorrent, or you may find it holy. Either way, it's what you call common knowledge in Nigeria, collective understanding. But even so, everyone knows it's dangerous even to whisper such things there. People have historically been targeted for prison, torture, and death for what I'm about to say. I believe the shock most Nigerians will sense in hearing this is not from revelation, but from the fact somebody finally had the courage to speak it out loud. Well, after this, you can't say you didn't know. The real question is, what are you going to do about it? Now, a few notes about this report, because the report is so precisely detailed, 60 pages, including 319 citations. What I deliver now will be an abridged oral version. The full oral report is being delivered via timed X command. Multiple shorter video clips will be syndicated soon after. The document is also dropping online and being syndicated at the same time. It's being sent to highest level officials in the United States and top media outlets both in the US and Nigeria and internationally. You may download a copy at www.idpjustice.org or at my blog, mikearnold.org. Now for the report. What I'm about to present is a solemn and formal statement. It is a result of 6 years of research, 16 trips to Nigeria, over 80 hours of video documentation, direct testimony from genocide survivors, government officials, intelligence sources, clergy, historians, journalists, and traditional rulers. This is not speculation. This is not theory. This is evidence. And today, it is submitted to both the Nigerian people and the international community for urgent investigation. Let's begin with this essential truth. Genocide is occurring in Nigeria today. That fact is now undeniable. I presented the documented evidence in Abuja on October 14th. Since then, it has triggered formation of an emergency Nigerian Senate Special Committee, flooded Nigerian media with approaching now 5 billion total impressions, and rallied voices globally. But today we ask the next question: who is orchestrating it? When I first visited Nigeria in 2010, the nation was relatively peaceful. There were no major displacement camps and no signs of ethnic cleansing or mass targeting of Christians. That changed after 2011. The post-election riots that year marked a turning point. In 12 northern Sharia-controlled states, mobs killed over 800 and torched hundreds of churches. It was brutal, but it wasn't random. It revealed what is clearly an intelligent design, a deliberate strategy to unleash chaos, dismantle pluralism, and reset Nigeria's power structure under revived Fulani Islamic order. Today, that design has matured. Between January and August 2025 alone, 7,087 Christians were killed. 1,583 churches were burned. Countless more Nigerians displaced, literally countless, because the government doesn't count them. Over 99.8% of these incidents occurred within the exact geographic area of the historic Sokoto Caliphate. That pattern is not coincidence, and it's accelerating. To understand this, we must go back 2 centuries. In the early 1800s, Usman Dan Fodio launched a jihad against Hausa rulers and non-Muslim tribes, establishing the Sokoto Caliphate, one of the largest pre-colonial empires in African history, that operated through massacre, forced conversion, slavery, and total dominance. Sound familiar? The Sokoto Caliphate was established and always has operated and sought to expand based on their fundamental belief that Allah rewards those who brutally kill people simply for believing something different from them. That has been their creed for 19 generations, and it's their creed today. When the British arrived, they didn't dismantle the system that preserved it. Through the strategy of indirect rule, corporate administrators, now I call them corporate, not colonial, because Nigeria was never a colony, it was a collection of extraction corporations. Anyway, these British administrators empowered these same Fulani overlords to govern on Britain's behalf. At independence in 1960, the British favored rulers designed the federal architecture to entrench this advantage. Even the villa, their White House, was constructed with 2 mosques and no Christian chaplain. The system of conquest was not dismantled. It was absorbed, rebranded, and remains operational today. In the late 1960s, the power structure was threatened. The Igbos, predominantly Christian, the South, sought secession. The Biafran War followed. The Nigerian state, led by Northern Fulani commanders and backed by Great Britain, responded not with negotiation, but with annihilation. Up to 2 million men, women, and children were starved to death through British-backed blockades. This wasn't a conventional war, it was calculated punishment. It taught every minority group in Nigeria a brutal lesson. Challenge the system, and you will be erased. In 2006, a powerful new figure took the throne of Sokoto. Muhammad Saad Abubakar III, a former brigadier general, 19th direct descendant of Usman Dan Fodio, and today the most influential Islamic leader in West Africa. Like a combination king and pope for some 108 million Muslims in his West African caliphate. His rise coincided with a sharp turn in the evolution of Nigeria's jihad crisis. But to understand this man, we must look at 3 years just prior to his taking the throne. From 2003 to 2006, Abubakar served as Nigeria's defense attaché to Pakistan. In this capacity, as a brigadier general, he was not just stationed in Islamabad, he was formally accredited to Afghanistan. In plain terms, that means he was officially authorized to operate in both Pakistan and Afghanistan during the height of the US and NATO war on terror. That role granted him access to regional military briefings, intelligence networks, and the epicenter of global jihad during its most volatile years, including active Taliban and Al-Qaeda operations and their Pakistani intelligence enablers. This is not speculation. In addition, U.S. congressional testimony and contemporary military reports established that Nigerian fighters were documented on the ground fighting alongside Taliban and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan during this same time period. Immediately after Abubakar returned from his military post and assumed the sultanate, Nigeria's jihadist movement rapidly transformed, adopting sophisticated tactics that mirrored those observed in Afghanistan and Pakistan. In 2006, Boko Haram was a radical fringe movement. By 2011, they had adopted IEDs, suicide bombings, coordinated mass attacks, and kidnapping for ransom tactics, identical to those used in Afghanistan and Pakistan. The first suicide bombing in Nigerian history, targeting the UN headquarters in Abuja, occurred in 2011. I happened to actually be personally in Abuja when that happened. At present, the Caliphate is home to international terror groups, including Boko Haram, ISWAP, Islamic State West African Province, and Saru, an Al-Qaeda affiliate, and Janum-linked cells crossing to Niger and Mali. And the most active killers of all, the indigenous militant Fulani jihad militias. Today, the Sultan commands 19 hereditary emirs who oversee nearly all of northern Nigeria. Ultimate legal and spiritual influence across 12 Sharia states. Assets said to exceed $1 billion US, including land, oil, and foreign donations. And absolute spiritual leadership over some 108 million Muslims in West Africa. And yet, in 2025, amid this year's systematic killing of more than 7,000 Christians, the burning of more than 1,500 churches, and the coordinated rise of terror groups like ISWAP and Fulani jihadist militias, the Sultan has issued, based on publicly available records, no fatwa of condemnation, no directive measures to curtail this bloody jihad. No emergency mobilization of his vast religious network. This is despite the fact that in 2015, a single fatwa from the Sultan against Boko Haram reduced their recruitment from between 30 and 50% in Kano and Sokoto, proving his power over his subjects. It is important to note, at the time he did this, he was in a political dispute with Boko Haram because they challenged his authority. He did not issue similar fatwas against other terror groups at the same time in his caliphate that had similar genocidal body counts, including the ISWAP and Fulani militias, who are doing most of the killing today. Why didn't he issue fatwas against them? Was it because these groups did not challenge his authority? That's a matter for investigation. So the question must be asked, if he has so much power to curb Boko Haram then, why has he chosen silence now? That question, given the scale of the ongoing genocide, demands international investigation. Before we continue with questions about those in power, we must focus on those who suffer most, the displaced generation. Today, Nigeria's IDPs number between 4 and 10 million, spread across the nation, including in some of the most horrific concentration camps imaginable. This number includes an estimated at least 2 million children under 18, hundreds of thousands of widows whose husbands were killed, entire generations of orphans. Many camps report 40% to 60% of children have lost one or both parents to the violence. I'm in close contact with an orphanage for 286 of these children through their adoptive mother. I'm currently in the process of recording their testimonies. These children, and hundreds of thousands more like them, represent both the evidence of genocide and Nigeria's future. This is where the genocide is visible, undeniable, and urgent. Every day of inaction creates catastrophe, physical death. These people are dying of malnutrition, disease, and exposure every single day. Psychological death, trauma without treatment creates permanent damage. Cultural death, Christian communities are dispersed, traditional cultures are erased. Future death, radicalization pipelines recruit from these people, and it is estimated that between 1 and 2 million youth will be radicalized by 2030. These are not statistics. These are 7-year-old girls who watched their fathers hacked to death in front of them. Teenage boys who buried their siblings in shallow graves. Young mothers who fled with babies on their backs. Husbands' bodies left burned. Grandmothers caring for 8 to 10 orphan children in refugee tents. The Nigerian government can deny genocide in press conferences. They cannot deny 4 to 10 million internally displaced Nigerians dispersed all over their country, including in concentration camps. They cannot explain away the orphans, widows, and survivors whose testimony I continue to document. This displaced generation holds the power to expose genocide, prevent radicalization, restore Nigeria, and create accountability, but only if the world recognizes and focuses on them right now. Given everything we know, certain questions demand investigation. Number one, Pakistan posting in Jihad globalist network. What did the Sultan learn during his posting in Pakistan and Afghanistan? Did his role involve liaison with regional figures, including those linked to Taliban or Al-Qaeda networks? How did Nigerian jihadist tactics become more sophisticated immediately after his return? Is there a connection? Number two, selective exercise of authority. Why has the Sultan issued no religious or political action against jihadist groups, despite proven authority to reduce their recruitment by up to 50%? Number three, knowledge and inaction. The Sultan recently stated publicly that no one is killed in his caliphate without the traditional rulers knowing. If this is true, then he possesses full knowledge of this independently documented genocide, and there's no record of him speaking against it or trying to stop it. If this is not true, if he doesn't know what's happening under his nose, then his authority is a fiction. Which is it? Number four, resource, plunder, and financing. What role, if any, does the Sultan play in or benefit from the black market blood mineral trade? with a reported $9 billion a year worth of gold, lithium, tin, and rare earths looted from his very soil of his kingdom? Who controls these networks? Who does this mining? Who buys the minerals? Where does all this money go, and how funds jihad activities? And why is there no record of the Sultan trying to stop it? Number 5, geographic correlation. The ongoing jihad genocide is bigger than Nigeria, reaching into neighboring nations, but almost 100% of it occurs within the historic boundaries of the Sokoto Caliphate. Why does all this violence in West Africa occur within his hereditary kingdom? Number 6, complicity, incompetence, or something else. Does available evidence suggest the Sultan is complicit, incompetent, and powerless, or something else entirely? If he's not involved in what appears to be the intelligent design of the strategic machinery of modern jihad, then who is? If he really wants it to stop, and he has the power to do so, then why doesn't it stop? Or is he emasculated and incompetent, unable to stop what's happening right under his nose? Or is it something else? I'm not accusing, I'm asking the questions that logic demands. This isn't just about Nigeria. Boko Haram and ISWAP recruitment videos explicitly declare the plan. Nigeria is phase 1. A revived global caliphate is the end goal. In all their recruitment videos, you see Western flags fall one by one while the black jihad banner rises. Former President Muhammad Buhari, himself Fulani and from the Sokoto Caliphate heartland, declared publicly that Muslims should only vote for Muslims. It is their religious duty, he said. He also stated, quote, "I will continue to show openly and inside me the total commitment to the Sharia movement that is sweeping all over Nigeria." And again in 2013, he said, "Under Sharia, there is no room for secularism." These aren't just personal convictions, they are ideological declarations from a former head of state. In 2025, the Sultan himself pushed for a Sharia law in southern states beyond his territory. The apparent intent of some actors appears to be this: religious domination over all of Nigeria rather than coexistence. So what does this all add up to? The system established by the first Sultan of Sokoto 19 generations ago was never dismantled. It was preserved first by the British through indirect rule, then entrenched by Fulani elites who designed the post-colonial state in their favor. The Biafran War crushed any serious challenge to that system. And now, under the reign of the current Sultan, who served as a brigadier general in the epicenter of global jihad during its most volatile years, that system appears not just intact, but weaponized and globalized. If this is ignored and the conquest continues, you can watch for these things. The Holocaust of Christians, peaceful Muslims, and other minorities will continue to grow. Millions of the displaced generation will be radicalized by 2030. A self-funding caliphate will control $40 billion a year in oil and $700 billion in mineral reserves with designs on global domination. Refugee crises will displace at least 10 million to Europe and the Americas, and West Africa will collapse into jihad warfare. General Michael Langley, U.S. AFRICOM commander, now retired, told the U.S. Congress earlier this year that jihad terrorism has increased tenfold in Africa, and this area is now the epicenter of global terrorism. This is not a regional crisis. This is a global crisis, fast brewing. The evidence is overwhelming. The pattern is undeniable. The cost of inaction will be catastrophic. So now we ask, what must be done? These are my recommendations. Number 1, immediate U.S. congressional delegation to Nigerian IDP camps and mass graves. Just like in Bosnia in 1995, when congressional delegates visited Srebrenica mass graves and forced the world to confront genocide, so too must U.S. lawmakers walk through the camps in Abuja, Jos, and Benue. Let them hear from widows who lost everything, Let them hear from orphans who saw their parents slaughtered. They are living eyewitnesses to genocide, and their voices must be heard. Let them see the mountains of dirt left over from illegal strip mining of blood-soaked ground. Let them see the mass graves in Nilatwa, where 200 to 280 bodies were bulldozed into the dirt after an attack that left no survivor. Let cameras roll. Let witness testimonies be recorded. Let the world see what the Nigerian government is hiding and denying. This one action can force global recognition, unlock humanitarian aid, and open the floodgates of accountability. Number two, focus on the displaced generation. Emergency humanitarian relief is needed today. Every congressional hearing should feature testimonies from internally displaced Nigerians. Every media story should center displaced voices. Every humanitarian dollar should prioritize the camps and getting people out of the camps back home, restored safely. Every diplomatic pressure point should reference specific displaced persons. Every ICC filing should be built on IDP evidence. Make the displaced generation impossible to ignore. This is how the genocide will be stopped. Immediate actions must include emergency witness documentation teams to major IDP camps, trauma counseling and medical care for widows and orphans, educational programs preventing radicalization, international adopted camp programs, and fast-track resettlement for most vulnerable witnesses. Number three, formal U.S. and international investigation into the Sultanate and Sultan of Sokoto. It is no longer acceptable to treat the Sultan of Sokoto and the Caliphate as a benign religious institution. When violence maps 99.8% to historic territory, when its leader commands billions in assets and more than 100 million followers, when he served in Pakistan and Afghanistan during the same period that Nigerian fighters were captured alongside Taliban fighters. In his return, it coincided with homegrown jihad, taking suddenly on Taliban's advanced tactics. When he holds a documented record of fatwas that can influence jihadist recruitment, when the same man says no one is killed without our knowledge, while more than 7,000 Christians are slaughtered in 8 months under his nose, these patterns, based on independent data, raise serious questions. Is the Sultanate of Sokoto, through action or inaction, enabling jihad terrorism? This is not a conviction or even an accusation. It is a statement of facts that demand investigation by the U.S. State Department, the UN Security Council, and every body that claims to oppose genocide. The evidence meets the standard, then designated under U.S. Executive Order 13224 to trigger asset freezes, banking restrictions, and international isolation as a global terrorist organization. Number four, international criminal court prosecution for genocide and crimes against humanity. The International Criminal Court does not require body counts or battlefield victories to bring charges of genocide. It requires proof of intent to destroy a people group in whole or in part. And today, the deliberate abuse, neglect, and persecution of internally displaced persons in Nigeria is enough. The standard has already been met to prosecute this government for genocide. Millions of Nigerians have been violently displaced and now languish in IDP camps, intentionally deprived of food, medical care, security, and education. They are bulldozed, they are ignored, they are criminalized, and they are deliberately left to die slowly, invisibly. This appears not to be mere bureaucratic failure, but a pattern suggestive of deliberate design. And it mirrors precedents already upheld by the International Criminal Court. In Darfur, the ICC indicted Omar al-Bashir not only for killings, but for engineering the starvation and mass displacement of targeted groups. In Myanmar, the ICC is prosecuting generals for systematically driving displaced people into camps and denying them survival, just like they're doing in Nigeria. In both cases, mass displacement plus deliberate denial of aid was sufficient to trigger genocide charges. The same conditions exist in Nigeria today. The displaced generation is not nameless. They are not lost in time. They are here, millions of them, ready to testify. The abuses they suffer daily are crimes against humanity. The policy of systematic abandonment they endure constitutes genocide under international law. No further evidence is needed to begin. A single congressional delegation or ICC field mission within the capital of Abuja alone will provide enough proof. This can and must begin now. 5. Expedited asylum for Nigerian Christians and key witnesses. If we're serious about justice, then we must protect truth tellers. The orphan child who saw her parents beheaded, the pastor whose church was torched, the activist with footage of the massacre. These are not political agitators. They are the frontline eyewitnesses of genocide. The United States, the EU, and allied nations must act now to grant expedited asylum to Christian survivors, protect key witnesses for ICC proceedings, and support a Nigerian diaspora that will never let the world forget. Let the message be clear to every person who engages in, enables, or promotes terror. If you will not stop this genocide, the world will stop you. You have silenced your victims. We will give them a voice. The evidence you buried, we will unearth it. All of it. You will be seen. You will be exposed. You will be judged by history, by law, by the nations who still believe in justice, by God Almighty, and by the amazing Nigerian people you have abused and oppressed for far too long. We're living in a dark time, uncovering a systematic holocaust of Christians and peaceful Muslims. The world is watching, and history is recording. I call on every Nigerian, I call on every person of conscience in the world today to pause and ask yourself, how will I want history to remember my actions after I learned about this? When your grandchildren coming home from history class ask, what did you do to help end the Nigerian Holocaust? What do you want to tell them? I'm not Nigerian, but I've built schools and IDP camps. I've cried with orphans in Jos. I have walked in communities stricken by massacre and the camps of the displaced. I've met with orphans and I'm recording their testimonies after they watched their parents hacked to death. I've met your elders, and governors, and presidents. I've spoken truth in Abuja, and I speak truth here now. There is a design, there is an origin, and there must be accountability. To those behind this violence, to those enriching yourselves from it, to those in power enabling it or just turning a blind eye, and to the Sultan of Sokoto, given these documented patterns, the worldwide demand for investigation and accountability grows louder. History has turned, the earth is shaking, and the world is watching. This generation can be the one that ends it if we choose light over silence. This ends the oral presentation. Thank you. God bless.
Catholic, and I welcome you to my podcast. Today, my guest is Zari Youssef. So this is actually the third podcast we have done together, and a lot has happened since the last podcast. I will leave the first two podcasts that we recorded together down in the description. So if you're new, Zari is a Christian and he lives in Nigeria. And the last podcast Zari and I recorded was on October 11, 2025. Since that podcast on October 31st, 2025, President Trump redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Nigeria has been designated a country of particular concern by the U.S. State Department 2 times before, in December 2020 and October 2025. And in 2020, the designation was reversed by the Biden administration in 2021, but then has just been recently reestablished by the Trump administration. Yesterday, Representative Riley Moore introduced a resolution that in part states the U.S. will consider every option to protect vulnerable Christians from slaughter. So I wanted to give Zari an opportunity just to talk about these recent developments about the U.S. designating Nigeria a country of particular concern, and just let him share his thoughts as a Christian in Nigeria and what he has to say. So do you want to go ahead and start?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, thank you so much once again for, this opportunity, Cassandra. The idea of, designating Nigeria a country of particular concern is not exactly new, as most of our politicians, the government, and the leading Islamic figures want the world to know. Because initially, when they started up, they made it look as if, okay, the vice president was at the United Nations General Assembly, and he expressed sympathy to Hamas, Palestine, the Palestinians, condemned Israel, and so Trump is just angry that why should he do that? And that basically is what initially they started spinning up. And by doing that, it gives an idea of the fact that we have a government who would do everything possible to not be on the CPC list. Now, the question is, what exactly does that mean, especially in the case of Nigeria? We have been there before. Like you said, the Biden administration got Nigeria off the list. And I think more than twice or thrice there have been petitions to put Nigeria back. Reason being, once we got off the list, the dimension of the massacres grew exponentially. The sophistication of the arms that the killers are using grew. And then the casualty figures, skyrocketed. So the whole thing became a mess. And while a lot of people thought this is the right opportunity to put Nigeria back, it did look as if the Islamists who basically got into power in 2015 had their way. In the US, possibly they had a lot of lobbyists in the United Nations, in the sub-regional bodies like the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, in the AU. Nobody said anything. So the Christians basically, as at the time, it wasn't this easy to speak. Especially in Kaduna State, my state of origin, there was a lot of clampdown. They kill people and then they arrest those who want to talk about it. So everybody was just quiet about it. So many people didn't really know what was happening. And there was also the idea that the Christians actually didn't suffer any persecution. Possibly they found a way that some Americans, some Westerners were sympathetic to their cause, so they just wake up in the morning and claim they're being persecuted, and possibly they send them funds, relief and all of that. A man called Nasir El-Rufai, who was a governor in Kaduna State, kept churning out that narrative. It overwhelmed the media. He said they are just lying. It's because they want Westerners to send them money and all of that. So it went below the radar for a very long time. But I think because the Americans have been on it for a long time, a country that has been on the CPC list, people continued observing what was happening. I mean, there's a fellow, Mike Arnold, who has been visiting the country and then has been interfacing with these people. I am sure in his mind he must have thought, why is this country not on the CPC list? Why is the government pretending everything is fine? It means to us in Nigeria that the government will now be held accountable for either failing to address the issue of the genocide of Christians or being complicit in it. Because the whole idea is that there is an Islamist group that is ever growing, that tends to have sympathy from the government than even any, decisive act of eliminating them. And they basically have been killing Christians. They've been targeting Christians and wasting them, killing people, attacking communities, and doing all kinds of things. Now, it's a welcome idea because we know that there are sponsors of this evil in high places. When states like US do that, it means even those people who are way out of what is our power to bring to account, they will pay for it. They will see sanctions, and like what we are looking forward to, I hope, would be a military intervention where these people will be taken out because our military has either failed to do it or has been in some form possibly sabotaged or compromised or complicit, sort of.
Right. Yeah. So practically, when we say that the country will be designated as a country of particular concern, what does that mean? Do you know? Like, is it sanctions on government officials?
What
other
that
things
means
happen with
is there would be a focus on the activities going on within the country with regards to the persecution of any group in particular that are called for that. Two, there would be sanction on public officials, especially those linked to the sponsorship of the genocide, linked to the activities of the Islamists. I see travel bans, I see freezing of accounts, I see possible arrests, maybe when they are put in places that are friendly to the United States. I see likely eliminations because when you put armed people, it doesn't matter if you're putting on a suit or you are called by a big name. But when you arm people to eliminate women, you arm people to genocidally, massacre communities simply because they are Christians, then it will matter that you also are a target much as the foot soldiers are. Now, the other one is in terms of military aid, the country will no longer be receiving that kind of military aid from the US, either hardware, either funding, either training. Reason being, there has been a failure over the years that huge sums, a lot of commitment from the United States of America to Nigeria has been such that the military would be able to fight terrorism. But it has only been growing. New groups have been coming up, their numbers have been increasing, and then the government has become weaker and more friendly to the terrorists. So we see a lot of sanctions, and then the likelihood of possibly a military intervention.
Okay, yeah. And that does bring us actually to what then President Trump. So what I had just read to you and stated was designated on October 31st. And then just a few days later, actually the next day, November 1st, President Trump wrote on Truth Social, if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into the now disgraced country, guns a-blazing, in quotations, guns a-blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. I am hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attacked our cherished Christians. Warning, the Nigerian government better move fast. So I have seen on X varied responses. The United States has a history of military intervention that has not been very successful in Iraq and in Afghanistan. And so there are people, both in America and I've also seen in Nigeria, who are completely resistant to the idea of military intervention or, the U.S. military getting involved in any way in Nigeria. So I just wanted to know your thoughts on that and what your perspective on it is.
The United States, they actually do have, there isn't a country that is morally perfect, so that has always gotten it right. But if you'd ask me, I want to look at, look at the Second World War, basically. Would you call the intervention of America a failure? It wasn't. It wasn't a failure. Would you call the intervention of America in the ceasefire between the Israelis, the latest one, would you call it a failure? I would call it that. Would you call the intervention of America in the case of Israel, for instance, where it has all kinds of hostile neighbors and all of that? I wouldn't call that a failure. Our case is quite different from Libya. Our case is completely different from Iraq. Our case is not a case of one state waging a war against another state. Our scenario is a situation where a sitting government has failed or is complicit in the massacre of Christians. And why I see more of it as a case of complicity is because of the vehement denial of it. It's so obvious. It's a pattern that has been proven over almost 2 decades, but the government is determined to deny what's happening. So that simply tells the Americans that we have refused to even admit the problem. So it's a different case if you had a state that said, well, frankly speaking, our military is overstretched, and the US is saying, okay, we could come in with some aid, hardware, possibly personnel, and then we get this done. So it's going to be a collaboration. But the country is outrightly denying what's happening. And the Americans and the rest of the world, especially those who love humanity, they see the corpses every day. They see the communities every day. They see the manner of the killings. They see the growing of, the weaponry of these Islamists, and they see the sympathy that the government extends to the terrorists. An example is they say, let's grant them amnesty, okay? Let's educate them. Let's de-radicalize them. Let's take them to foreign lands, to school. Let's absorb them even into our security architecture with the thought that they would help in the fight against terrorism, which basically we've never seen where that has worked ever since Nigeria started the de-radicalization and integration of these Islamists. So in Nigeria's case, we would say it would fail. In Libya, possibly we would call it failed because there may not have been those mass murders going on in Libya. Gaddafi was not carrying out a genocide within his country. So it was more or less a thing of the whole state being responsible for what took place. In Nigeria, it's not as if they are saying we are waging a war on Nigeria. We are waging a war on the Islamists that the government of Nigeria has failed to deal with. And I think that's the clear line we should try to understand. And with regards to how bad a thing could get, an example is the intervention of foreign military or foreign force in our land. How bad could it get? Basically, there might be bombs, there might be destruction and all of that. But go through the middle belt. What do you say to people who would just wake up in the morning and over 250 of their neighbors have been killed? What do you say to a community where women just get taken away and they are raped one after the other? What do you say to a community that a child who is 9, 10, 11, 12 has never visited his father's house because he's lived in a primary school or in some primary healthcare center because he can't go home? So born and raised in an IDP camp on his own soil. What do you say about that? That is war. That's the worst kind of war. Far worse than of Gaza, far worse than Russia, Ukraine, far worse than Sudan. But because it is targeted at a group of people that from the very onset should be subjugated, which are the Christians, the world doesn't see it. Okay? So it's important, and I think it's an indictment on our regional and sub-regional bodies like ECOWAS and the AU that they've never coped with regard to the genocide going on. But they're all coming out to say, well, Nigeria is a sovereign state. There's no reason whatsoever why anybody should interfere in what's happening. But I mean, anybody that is comfortable with burying hundreds of people almost on a daily or weekly basis simply because he doesn't want Americans to come into the country is far worse than whatever it is that happened to Libya. That basically is what I feel.
Okay. And then another question would be, why haven't Christians themselves been able to fight back and defend themselves against these attacks? Do you want to comment on that?
The gospel came to Nigeria, and well, from a theological background, I'm thinking it will have a lot to do with the fact that the Puritans, a lot of missionary work around here, and the missionaries came from countries where the governments understood the value of human life. Okay, for instance, in the US, somebody can just break into your home and do something and just get away with it like that. In the US, you cannot have non-state actors, Islamists, possibly occupying a forest, maybe between one state and another, and they just go to a church and they kill everybody. They go to a market and kill Christians, and they go back to that forest. And then the United States government is saying, we will send a delegation to go and find out what the agreement is with the people. So most of the missionaries came from a background where they understood how to let the government be responsible for the protection of lives and properties. So the foundation of our Christian belief did not allow, basically there is a training incorporated in it to pray for the people in leadership, to not rebel against the government, to not take laws into one's hands and all of that. So that was incorporated into the culture and the tradition of the Nigerian church. And that is the reason why a lot of times, even in states where at the smaller level, then, there were killings, and then it was easy for Christians to just sell off their properties and move away to safer places, and then cities were polarized like the Kaduna state. The Christians didn't see the need to defend their homes. they felt, well, our home, our eternal home is in heaven and all of that. So there's a theological failure on the side of the Christian. There's a theological error that needs to be addressed so that the Christian understands that much as I owe you the responsibility of praying for you, and if you're sick, I should visit you, and if you need counseling, I should counsel you, there is also the duty that if you are in danger and it needs me to physically protect you, I should take that responsibility. So that there is that foundation that the Christians in Nigeria are coming from. And the second thing is, most of the communities that have attempted to organize themselves and defend themselves against this Islamist have always faced the might of the Nigerian army. I'll give you an example in 2022 and many other times. But in 2022, there is a community on the plateau, in Plateau State, called Mangu. There was an attack, and then at the end of the attack, the government was very conservative with the figures. They started off saying just 20 people, 13 people, and then next 20, and then next 35, and all of that, and they sustained that for a while. But at the end of the day, we realized there were over 400 people that were killed. Now, the military didn't go after the killers, but then at the end of the day, they killed about 4 other people, and it turned out those were vigilante, those were community members, who were just trying to watch over what was left of their communities. So there is always that attitude from the Nigerian military that makes the Christian understand, well, we know they are killing you, but the thought of taking the responsibility of defending yourself, we will crush you the moment you try to do that. Another example is a fellow by the name of Sunday Jackson. Sunday Jackson was on his farm, and then a Fulani militia man attacked him with a knife to take his life. Okay? Sunday Jackson defended himself, overpowered him, and neutralized him. Of course, he had his own injuries, but the courts decided that he should be sentenced to death. So he's on the death row now. And the reason is that if he could dispossess the attacker of his weapon, he should have just run away. And the simple reason why that judgment went that way was because the attacker is an Fulani Islamist militia man. So there is a certain attitude that the government has. Of course, unwritten, it's not as if it's a document that has been written, but it's unofficial. When they attack you, the best you could do is to run away. If you can't run away, let them kill you. But on no account whatsoever must you harm them. So Christian communities understand that the very moment I have a Dane gun, and we have suffered a lot of disarming. As a matter of fact, it got to a point where the moment we find the military or some so-called NGOs talking about surrender your arms, surrender your machetes, your bows and arrows, your Dane guns and all of that, frankly speaking, it formed a pattern at some point. Give it 72 hours, give it 1 week, the Islamists are on their way. They would come in and they would waste lives. So that is primarily, or those two are primarily the reasons why it does look as if the Christian communities are just pacifist. Why not just fight back? It is because any attempt to fight back, we are not exactly facing the Islamists, we are facing the might of the Nigerian army, unfortunately.
Yeah. In America, we can own guns. Can you own guns in Nigeria?
We can't own guns in Nigeria. I think other than possibly, the Dane gun and all of that, a lot of which people get dispossessed of in communities. They say it's the first step to peace. So you don't disarm those who carry the RPGs, the anti-aircraft, guns, the AK-47s, where you're coming to the village to disarm those with bows and arrows and machetes, who have always been the victims. So they don't allow arms in Nigeria. But I think if that was it, that will solve it. I know a pastor made a post and said, okay, fine. Let us say it's not a genocide. Okay? Let's say it's not a genocide. It's just two fighting. So let's do it this way. Since the Islamist militia carry AK-47, RPGs, anti-aircraft, guns and all of that, let's arm the farmers as well with the same thing and let them sort their prices out. Okay? But it won't happen. Okay? So they don't allow us to do that. The only people that have the right to carry arms in the country would be the security agencies and then the Islamist fighters. Those are the ones. I think they are more sophisticated than our own security in terms of the arms that we carry.
Yeah, that's wild. All right, and then the last question for you is, since this has all been designated the country of particular concern, and then Trump's response as well, his social truth social post, what has been the response of Christian leaders and Muslim leaders?
Let
in
me start
Nigeria?
with the Christian leaders. Cassandra, I am heartbroken, I'm disappointed. I believe the Christian leaders in Nigeria, not all of them, but most of them, are the kinds of shepherd that would not defend the flock from the wolves and the lions. They are the kinds of shepherds that seek the kinds of pasture that feeds them. They could serve the sheep. They do not speak of the evil that is happening. Save for platforms like yours, save for people like Mike Arnold, save for organizations that may not be based in Nigeria, save for people locally who decided on their own to sacrifice their lives and take all of the risks to document what's happening and present it. Frankly speaking, the church leadership in Nigeria is doing nothing. At a point in time, the Christian Association of Nigeria did talk about the genocide, but it looked as if a certain crop of leaders came in. You know, the early days when Ted Cruz began moving his bail, they were the group that came out and said it's not a genocide, it's not targeted at Christians, that the bullet does not discriminate between the Muslim and the Christian. But the bullets in Nigeria do discriminate. We know that very well. And when it hits the Muslim, it's simply because he doesn't look cooperative enough. I remember they called them collaborators in places like Gaza. You know, after the peace pact in Gaza, they went down to do their cleansing. Anybody they felt was too friendly to the Jews or not hateful of the Jews enough, they took them out. And they did that openly on the streets. So they do that to the Muslims as well. But the church leadership in Nigeria is very weak, is very cowardly, is very, I wouldn't even use the word pacifist. And I would only use that as a moral weakness, not just the fact that they love peace. It's a moral weakness. It's a failure. They are not doing anything in that regard. So you just asked, what exactly would the church in Nigeria do in the clear case of a genocide? If, for instance, Donald Trump woke up in the morning tomorrow and said, well, I gave it a rethink and there's no genocide in Nigeria, so federal government of Nigeria, go ahead with your business. Frankly speaking, you will not hear anything from the Nigerian church. So the Nigerian church leaders have failed the Christians. They have betrayed the body of Christ. That basically is what I have to say. A sharp contrast to it is what's happening on the side of the Muslims. A couple of hours ago, I was looking at certain pictures, and I wasn't in a hurry to make any post or respond about it because I needed to be sure. But I've already seen it in maybe a couple of credible news outlets. And that would be Muslims demonstrating, carrying out demonstrations and saying, we don't want America, we don't want America, don't come to our country. And what's the background of it? Because Nigeria is on the CPC list, and it looks as if it's not just going to stop the sanctions, but actions will be taken to eliminate the terrorists. An example is you would find groups that are basically representative of the Fulani Islamist militia. You would find the other sects, and then you would find, ironically, the Shiites. Why I say ironically the Shiites is because the Shiite is a minority sect in Nigeria that has suffered oppression. During Buhari's regime, the trio of General Muhammadu Buhari, General Tukur Buratai, who was the chief of, I think, Army staff or chief of defense staff, I've lost whichever position he was holding, and then Nasur El-Rufai, the trio of them had over 1,000 Shiites, shot in one evening. Okay? I wasn't more than 2-3 kilometers away from there because heading back home from where I was, I would pass by that point. And I think when I already said, well, there's a lot of killing going on and all of that. So I was in the city then when it happened. Now, they've been crying, they've been protesting in the capital city that there has been a genocide against them. thousands of them were killed. Their leader was arrested, was detained almost throughout the former president's regime. But surprisingly, themselves, the sect that killed over 1,000 of them, the Fulani Islamist, representative, whether they call them Yet Allah, which a terrorist organization, they are all on the streets saying, US, do not come, because we don't have any problem of targeted killings in Nigeria. Now, that is because the Muslim leaders have been able to manipulate the gullible followers into believing that an attack on the terrorists is an attack on Islam. So they may be terrorists, but they are our fellow brothers. Just the early campaigns of the Nigerian military against Boko Haram was resisted by the North, because we had politicians that said they may be terrorists, but they are our fellow brothers, so they can't be killed as pigs, as goats, as sheep. And so they raised their voice and they frustrated the effort of the then sitting president, who was a Christian. They frustrated his effort from, he was at the verge of basically wiping out Boko Haram. So it was easy to convince the Muslims that he is an infidel, and then he is using the name of fighting terrorism to wipe out Muslims. So I am suspecting that that is the message that is currently going on. For you to have all of these sects, the oppressors and the oppressed, coming together to claim that there is nothing evil happening in Nigeria, so America do not come. It does look as if the rise now is not for the sovereignty of the Nigerian state, it's not for the sake of their fellow Muslims who have died, but it's a solidarity with the terrorists that are supposed to be eliminated.
Right. There's like coming together to go, even though they have been subjected, Muslims have also been subjected to violence from the jihadists. They're coming together to say, like, well, we're all Muslims, so we're going to stick together, and then we don't want any involvement.
I'd say something to you. There is an Islamic cleric, a pro-Taliban cleric by the name of Sheikh Isa Ali Pantani, who delivered a lecture. He captioned, "Who are the Taliban?" He spoke a lot about the Taliban, their margins,
Tracy,
their tactics, and all of that. In his sermon, part of what he said when he was drawing some comparison, he did say, he did talk about the subtlety with which they approach things. The timing, when you should be aggressive or when you should just lie low and do a lot of things. And when he spoke about Nigeria in that message, or that lecture he gave, he said, for instance, if anything was to go openly, if the world was to know exactly, okay, there is this thing going on, just the way the Taliban took their time and now they overrun the country. If something was to happen like that, who do they think is likely going to step in when it becomes obvious that Christians are targeted for only? Obviously, the response would be the Americans. Okay? Now, well, bad as the Americans, always been for some kind of moral, direction. And then he said, when the Americans step in, who are the likely people they will side with? Okay, so it does look as if, okay, they would come for the Christians, which means it would put the Muslims at a disadvantage. And that would explain why, and that was an old message he preached. So when the denial of a genocide began, the Muslims saying, there is no Christian genocide, we are also being killed. But then, why are you saying you're also being killed? Are you saying you're also being killed because you want justice to come to you? You want your killers to be killed? No. I'm saying I'm also being killed so that you ignore the fact that Christians are saying there's a genocide. So they are comfortable with being killed by the Islamists, but they have a problem with anybody coming to touch the Islamists. So, and I think that is the reason why we are where we are, unfortunately.
Right. Absolutely. Well, is there anything else, Zari, that you want to share before we wrap up the podcast? And also, if you want to share, we do this every podcast, just in case this is the first time somebody has heard you, your social media accounts where people can follow your work. I know on X, you have a social media page.
Yakub, why don't you share your own? Since this is intelligently deceptive, why don't you use your own intelligence to tell us your take? Tell us your take.
of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, thought that we are afraid of him. So, Mr. President, for your information, we are not afraid of you. Number one. I know the president might be confused that why is this boy speaking that way to him. So, Mr. President, if you haven't forgotten, you as the ECOWAS chairman had a meeting and have signed a law that anybody that abused the beloved prophet Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, that is our beloved prophet, the messenger and the last prophet, whomever abused him, to say that there is no any law or any consequences against him. So, Mr. President, for your information, your message has been delivered. After that, we want to tell you that, Mr. President, number one, you should know that you are not the president of the Muslim. You understand? You are the president of Nigeria. Number one, you are the chairman of ECOWAS. You are not the chairman of the Muslim. So, for your information, the president of Nigeria, let me tell you something. We are not afraid of you. We are not anybody that abused the beloved prophet, anybody that abused the prophet, Mr. President, believe me, that person is gone forever. Whether you like it or not, that person will be eliminated instantly, whether you like it or not, Mr. President. And let this one serve as a warning for you, Mr. President. We the Northerners are warning you. We are not even begging you. We are warning you. This one should serve as the last warning to you, the President. Let me tell you something. People are now here. Whatsoever that you are doing, people are just watching you. Don't engage yourself in religious matters, because as a president you might cause war. Don't forget that you are from Lagos, while the majority of the are in the north. That means you are causing religious war in your country. So, Mr. President, let this one serve as a last warning. We are warning you. Hear it, Mr. President. You should hear it very well. We are warning you, not even begging you. We are warning you. This should serve as a last warning to you, and you shall go and remove that word that you have just made, Mr. President. Go and take back your words.
Yakub, is that Takia talking or you talking? Is that your own take? I only asked you a question. You are the one who's being aggressive here. Why not answer the question? Why not answer the question? Why are you trying to gaslight? Why are you trying to turn it around? Eh? Is that Takia talking or is that you talking? We know the game, oh.
We seem to also be buying into all this falsehood. Sometimes I imagine when you see people celebrating when they are failures, it's only someone who doesn't really know what's going on that want to believe or want to pray for his country to fail. Forgetting the fact that if your country fails, which means you have equally failed. And if your security forces fail, especially your armed forces, I don't know which country you'll have to stand with. First and foremost, we must look at ourselves as Nigerians. And nobody will change Nigeria, even not Nigerians. If you sit down to think that any other person will come from somewhere and liberate your country, then you should think twice. So that's why it's very important. For citizens, renewed agenda citizens. Citizens make up the country, and it is citizens that will uplift the country to where they want it to be. If we do not do that, then the country will continue to fail. But this country will not fail, because God has blessed this country. If you remember some years back, some countries have predicted that 2015 Nigeria was going to pack up. This is 2025, 10 years later, we're still standing strong and still moving forward. We will continue to shame all those that don't mean us well. I'm standing here today because I have the privilege of being born in Nigeria. I had the privilege of attending my primary secondary school in Nigeria. I went to Nigerian Defense Academy. Vice Admiral Gambo were the ones that brought us up at the academy. When we graduated from MBA, we met generals like Lieutenant General Buratai.
That's another Takia response, right, Yakub? Of course you can't answer the question. So you're Takia. You are using Takia to respond. You are done here. Who sent you enter the comment section before?
And our family transcends just
Anybody send you enter the comment section? Do you make sense to yourself? Are you sensible with your own take? I ask you question, you not fit explain. You dey use Takia take dey respond to everything. The country has already failed thanks to your brothers and your sisters in Boko Haram. Thanks to your Boko Haram brothers and sisters. The country has already failed. Thanks to you and your brothers and sisters and your imams that support it. So no worry, make everybody pack their load. Everybody go enter their papa house last.
It goes down to family life.
Welcome, Michael.
Our families, our children, our parents. That is how we grow up. And so mentorship in the military is unique because it's continuous. Everyone in the retired personnel that here has played major roles in our lives, me particularly. It supports your government because without your support, it's not possible. National security, citizenship, everybody has a role to play. It is when we come together to uphold this that this country will thrive, not allowing the enemy to bring it cast between us. Boko Haram started because we protected them. They started as a small group, and if it had been nipped in the bud, we probably would have.
Hey, not too hard now. Long time, sis. How you doing, girl? I've been hearing your voice, so welcome.
I want to take more from you. So we must learn to say no to monsters. Any evil one that means any by planning any evil against this country must never ever be supported. Because it is the silence of the majority that gives them that opportunity.
Bam. Now they hear silence
of the solution. I always want to remind people that the citizens, that the terrorists survive within the communities. If we allow them, they will thrive.
This man will be very happy that they asked him to resign. Hey, this man will not be able to. I'm sure in his house they'll be singing every day. They'll be singing and dancing. This man escaped the fire.
If we disallow them, they will never survive.
Yeah.
When citizens stood up against,
he's been saying what they don't want to hear. He will be happy now.
16 years we've been fighting Boko Haram. How have they been surviving? Who has been funding them? These are questions we should ask ourselves. Where are they getting the fuel they're getting? They're getting from us. We have commercial drivers that want to take full tank, go out, one siphon fuel and give them. Sometimes they have pre-arranged locations. They siphon fuel in jerrycans, dig holes and drop it and phone them and tell them where it's for. These are the people that keep them going. So why are we doing this to ourselves? What is the motive? Are you going to be happy if your country fails? You want to be a refugee or an IDP somewhere else? Those are questions we must be able to ask and answer. This is why forums such as this are invaluable. They provide a platform for citizens to receive first-hand information from government and security practitioners. Such transparent engagement not only build trust but also counter the void, often filled with misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda.
AB, sorry. I see you. Welcome. AB. Cool down now. Welcome. I know they beef you. Why would they beef you? You know, say our trouble now. Nah, trouble. Small thing don't hurt, small thing don't come out. Now so.
The factor that will dominate the narrative with facts, clarity. Citizens must hear directly from their leaders, not through distorted third-party sources. Like I said, not many people are happy.
Oh, really? Not to. Wow.
I seem not to realize that. A lot of people wish us bad, wish that we have disintegrated for their own selfish interest.
I wish he had done something, honestly. But he doesn't have the opportunity anymore.
Access and also created opportunities for hate speech, dissent, and manipulated narratives to flourish. Social media. If you notice, most of the videos have been peddled, and videos of old or maybe some other countries, and they make it look as if it is true or it is recent. And sometimes we carry hook, line, and sinker. And the next thing is everybody's insulting, attacking the government or attacking the security forces. Gentlemen, they need your support. Men work on support from the citizens because that is where they get their morale from. If the morale of your troops fails, they will never be able to do their work. And that's why it's important that for whatever we do, we should pray for them, we should support them, we should commend them. They are humans just like every other person. They have families. If we show you pictures of personnel, they have lost breadwinners, lost limbs, lost everything, eyesight, just to defend this country. So sometimes when you go to bed and you lie down and you sleep and you close your eyes.
So he wanted to, I'm hearing this, he wanted to work. What kept him from working now? What stopped him? What slowed it down? That's what I want to know. Because these people were killing back to back. Yewata is during his time. What kept him? Why didn't he move fast? At least for years, okay, don't level like 1,000 terrorists. Because he level all of them, then they remove them. That's what I would have preferred to hear that oh, he was planning, no, he didn't get to do it. Omo, I'm sorry. I'm not too happy with that.
You don't have AC when you sleep and you dream. Remember that there are some people that are standing there in their trenches from morning till evening every day to ensure that you are able to go to your room and sleep. They don't have that luxury.
The higher power was
We
stopping
must
him.
always remember that it's critical and important that we support them to do what they are doing because they are standing guard for us to be able to enjoy the democracy we're enjoying, and that's very critical. The proliferation of information sources means we must act with urgency to counter harmful content with timely and accurate messaging. Sometimes when you see our reportage, it looks as if we're happy when troops are killed. When we achieve success, it goes quiet. But once a soldier or somebody is killed or something, you will see the flashes. So the tendency is, who are you doing that for? Always remember that if your security forces fail, you don't have a home. You'll be a refugee in somebody else's country. And I don't know if that's what you are praying for. So we must ask ourselves those questions. We in government and the security agencies must seize opportunity, conventional and digital media as tools of truthfully informing Nigerians about security development, especially during times of...
Explain, Udeme, explain.
We have never shied away when we make mistakes. We allude to it and we make at redress. We take action and try to prevent the future because we're human beings. The good, the bad, and ugly exist everywhere. And remember, we recruit from the society. So we're not recruiting angels. We are recruiting Nigerians. So they'll come with the baggage. But the system has a way of identifying them and prosecuting them so that they don't give us bad news. And that's why it's important. Nigerians are speaking, especially during times of crisis, of course. Such communication must be weighed against what is permissible under national security. Where it is possible and necessary a balance. Sometimes when you get information and it devolves so early, you might be aiding the enemy unknowingly, thinking that you are looking for front page news so that your editor will give you probably extra bonus when you are selling your country. So you must always sit down and discern. This information, is it true? Is it timely? Is it when to be released? But have you also clarified about it? Indeed, Nigerians have many questions, some tough, some emotional, some simply seeking clarity. These questions reflect their concern, curiosity, and deep interest in the progress of our nation. That in itself is a strength we must harness. I therefore congratulate the esteemed panelists who will speak today. You have a challenging task ahead of you, but I'm confident that you possess the expertise, wisdom, and courage to engage sincerely. Security remains the most talked about topic across households and media platforms, which makes the expectation from this gathering very high. Now the question we ask ourselves, how did we get to where we are? We remember in some years back, even as junior officers, when we want to travel at night because we have nothing to be afraid of. How did we allow ourselves to get to where we are? It's a collective responsibility. It's not a matter of pointing fingers at any other person. We all went to sleep when things started falling onto where we are today. So if we wanted to stop, then we have to walk back to how it is supposed to be. And look at the aspect of looking at Nigerians. Firstly, we must learn to love one another. We must learn to love our country. It's only in Nigeria, sometimes we hear when something happens, Nigeria is bad, Nigeria is terrible, we're this, we're that. Go to other countries and see what happens. When everybody protects its sovereignty, we move ahead. So these are aspects that we should look at. I look at the aspect of good governance, which is critical. Dividends of democracy, local government autonomy. This will help in securing our country. Because if you have a state with 20 local governments and have 20 local government chairmen working, insecurity is localized. They will individually be able to deal with the security situation within their local government before it comes to the collective as a state. These are aspects that we have to look at. Do we have a comprehensive database as Nigerians? We need a census that will capture every Nigerian in the world, not only Nigeria. If you go abroad and you do the crime, you easily be caught. Why? There's a database to fall back on. If they get your picture or your fingerprint or your signature or anything about you, you could be traced. That makes it a lot easier. Do we have that now? Border management is very critical. I've had countries, because of the level of insecurity they have to fence their borders. I know sometimes when you mention, people say, no, it's not, it's impossible. Pakistan fenced 1,350-kilometer border with Afghanistan. That was the only time they had peace. Saudi Arabia and Iraq, 1,400 kilometers fenced completely. Can we start thinking of fencing our border? We have 1,500 kilometers with Niger Republic, 1,900 kilometers with Cameroon. Chad is there. All over us, surrounded by Francophone countries, and the Sahel is heating up. Gentlemen, if we don't do anything, when the Sahel falls, it is Nigeria that everybody is interested in. Because they believe Nigeria is huge, Nigeria is big, Nigeria is rich. And that is what we should start thinking about. How do we secure fully and take control of our borders? It is critical for our survival. It's critical for our sovereignty. We must not shy away from these things. It might be expensive. It will become wide and the penny wise pound foolish if we don't. We must stand up, be counted together as Nigeria for Nigeria. As I conclude, let me once again commend the Director General and CEO of Voice of Nigeria for the foresight to actualize the important and timely initiative. Its ongoing innovation within the Voice of Nigeria, such as the expansion of Voice of Nigeria's international broadcasting to tell Nigeria's story globally, are both commendable and statutory. We must learn to tell our stories. Don't allow anybody to do that. And they say until the day that the lion knows how to speak, the hunter will always tell his own story. It is important. I urge you also today's conversation with open minds and patriotic hearts. Together, let us build a safer, more united and prosperous Nigeria. The renewed agenda is real. We, together, will make that work. Finally, I extend my profound gratitude to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for his exemplary leadership and unwavering commitment to the pursuit of national peace, security, and economic prosperity.
Udeme, I agree with you. People are very wicked. Nigerians are very, very wicked. Eh?
Adeboye, the now modern day chief advisor to the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. When Jonathan was the president and there was insecurity, you did this. This was what you did against Jonathan and a John man from the South because he was president. Today, a Yoruba man that lives in Lagos, we don't really know where he's from, but we know he's based in Lagos. A Yoruba man that lives in Lagos is president today. Adeboye could no longer do this. Adeboye have now turned chief advisor, now advising Tinubu on how to go about 90 days. Ask for 90 days from Donald Trump. Ask for 100 days and then give the 90 days. You've turned advisor now. You've not become so logical that yes, what about 100 days of fasting and prayer to stop Donald Trump from coming or to stop the insecurity? Because before now, all that matters to you is fasting and prayer. Now you are not even suggesting fasting and prayer. Now I think the reality now seems to be done on you, right, sir? The reality is done on you now that fasting and prayer won't work, just like it has never worked. You are advising. I should be seeing you pray, just be praying. Against Jonathan, you didn't pray. You were on the streets. You got the point. But how have you suddenly turned to an advisor now? You're not very good in advising the president. Something you refused to do before now. Nigerians, you see these people you call men of God. The earlier you know who they really are, the better for you. We've done all our best to tell you that these people are nothing but bandits from the pulpit and businessmen from the pulpit, operating on the Jesus industry. Anything other than that, they are just as ordinary as you and I. But you wouldn't listen. I think you should be learning from the likes of Enoch Adeboye. He's now an advisor, but against Jonathan, he was a protester. What a shame. Please help me share this video with my people. I'll see you again in my next video.
Hey, Tucker Carlson.
Welcome, Seed. Welcome, Petono. Latif, welcome.
Naysayers and propagandists, and I don't know how to describe you guys. But this goes out to Tucker Carlson. Tucker, why don't you go visit Nigeria yourself? Why don't you go to the middle belt of Nigeria? Why don't you take yourself to Benue State? Why don't you go take yourself to Plateau? Go take yourself to Southern Kaduna. Go take a trip to Taraba. Why don't you go talk to the survivors of these massacres that are now living in total, awful, horrendous conditions? The 3 million Christians that have been displaced from their homes. Why don't you go talk to the survivors of the 7,000 Christians that have been massacred since January 1st? I don't know what game you're playing or who's influencing you or who's paying you behind closed doors to regurgitate a pro-Islamist narrative. But you, sir, are doing the work of terrorists by coming out and downplaying what's happening in Nigeria. Why don't you take your happy butt down to Nigeria and go speak to the survivors? Talk to the victims yourself. Because that's what I've been doing for the last 6 years. I've been dealing with the aftermath of these massacres for 6 years. I can tell you the thousands upon thousands of churches that have been destroyed. I can tell you the thousands upon thousands of stories and testimony of survivors that have lost their children, their mothers, and their grandfathers to the hands of Islamic terrorists in Nigeria. Why don't you go speak to the Catholic bishops that have had hundreds of churches wiped out in their communities? Why don't you talk to the Protestant pastors that have seen their fellow pastors murdered and massacred? Why don't you come talk to the widows of murdered pastors? For you to get on your platform and say that there's no genocide going on is doing the work of the terrorists. You are helping Christians get killed with your words. This is to you, Tucker Carlson. I'd happy to come on your show and dialogue and straighten out the narrative and provide you with story after story and evidence upon evidence of the massacre of Christians, the genocide of Christians that's happening in Nigeria. I'll bring you to Nigeria. Let's set up a time. But I'll be happy to come on your show and discuss. But sir, you have no idea what in the hell you are talking about. You are full of crap. And you are not living in reality. Please, truly find out for yourself what's happening here. Then you can talk. But until then, please shut up and quit doing the bidding of the terrorists. For the love of God, please.
Yeah, I'm getting to
Jump
that.
on the right
Sid.
side. I don't know what happened to you.
Tracy
But
shared it
whatever
with
direction
me.
you're going down, it's not good. That's all I have to say.
We're getting to that. Matter of fact, let me just go to the video so you guys can listen to it, and then we'll come back because I have more videos that I want to play for you guys. As you come in, thank you to those who have liked. I appreciate it. Please continue to double tap your screen to like the show, share the video, subscribe if you have not yet subscribed.
A riot broke out, which they call the Zango Kataf riot. I was a young boy, very, very young then, and people were killed in scores. If you are not,
Yeah, I know that one is different. After I said it, I remembered.
Especially if you are from the southern part of Kaduna, the tribes from the southern part of Kaduna.
Sorry, I want you guys to.
They were massacred. It was called the Zango Kataf riot. And if the next thing they do is to burn churches, kill Christians, and then if they're done with that, then they focus on businesses that is for Igbo people, Igbo-owned businesses, and they destroyed it.
The one you shared is from Henry. I know. Tracy, thank you.
In the year 2000, when the Sharia riots, how many of you have heard of the Sharia riots? Hundreds of thousands of people were killed in Kaduna. I can remember vividly that we had to defend our house from people. They brought some Fulani boys and they faced our house. They were shooting arrows. They were stoning our zinc. They spot our zinc, shooting arrows. Even though I was a Muslim then, even though my father was a Muslim then, but because majority of the people in our compound were Christians, so they were willing to destroy every one of us because we're living with Christians. I can remember a particular church in Mando, for those that know Mando, in Kaduna, called Chapel of Redemption. That church was destroyed. And so from that time, anytime there's a little hanky-panky in Nigeria, the first target is churches and Christians. And this has prevailed for a long time. That even if there's a problem with in another country, the Muslim and the Hausas in Nigeria will rise up and begin to kill Christians. How many of you remember the misword crisis in 2002, 2001, 2002? That somebody drew a picture of Muhammad or something in France, long away in France, and they began to fight in Nigeria. Are you following me? Christians are endangered species. Now let me give you, and that's how it has continued. Scores have been killed, and they focus on regions where there is a mixture of both Christianity and Islam. If you look at states like Kaduna, states like Plateau State, states like Nasarawa, states like Taraba, states like Benue, states like Bauchi, states like Gombe, states like Borno. These are places where they focus on because they intend to eliminate every living Christian in that place. Anybody that debunks it is a total lie because I have grown and lived in the north. I've spent 80 to 80% of my life in the north, so I understand this thing. Several times, I cannot forget the Sharia riot. We were running for our lives. Even though we were Muslims, but we're still running because as far as you are not of that ethnic group, practicing what they practice, you are a victim. You can be burnt alive. Many of us saw human beings that were burnt alive, like roasted like yam. And it has been going on for a long time. The genocide against the Christian faith. Are you with me? Many years ago, in Kano State, a man was beheaded. And anything they talk about, he said blasphemy. And guess that led it? The man called Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, was the one that led him on. And they beheaded him, they killed the woman. They killed him and they put his head on the stake and they were using it to parade the city. You understand of a woman also that is an evangelist. Evangelist Eunice that was preaching about 2016 or 18 in Abuja. And they killed her. We cannot talk about a young girl called Deborah Samuel that was killed. I schooled in Jos, and for years, the people of Plateau have been massacred. Riot breaking out every single time. The one that the moment anything happens, the next people that are victims are Christians. And it is unfortunate that all these years the government have not been able to do anything about it. But the agenda is deep. Are you with me this morning? Why am I saying? Because I don't want us to be an ignorant people. If we are ignorant people, they will control the narrative. And this days, let me tell you this truth. God will not come and fight for you. Remove that thing from your mind. If Christians don't rise up, pray from now till tomorrow. God is not coming to fight for you.
Bam!
Are you with me? Now, in the year 2009, Boko Haram started. Boko Haram started because of a section. It was a political movement. They created Boko Haram as a political talks to bring confusion into the government and to be able to destroy any opposition, starting from Borno State, under the watch of a man called Kashim Shettima, which is now the vice president of Nigeria. Kashim Shettima and the other man, Ali Mohammed Sharif. These were the people that started the business of Boko Haram as a political talks to be able to oppose their opponents. But after a time, the ideology grew and they began to destroy. Now, it became a problem and they began to use it to destroy bombing here and there in 2009, 2010. As of 2010, a man led a meeting in Jos. Are you with me? He led a meeting that they were going to annihilate Christians within the locality of Plateau, Borno, Plateau, Bauchi, Kaduna, and Nasarawa. And he said they are going to perform jihad. They will bring jihad and they will go to Kita. If the Islamic leaders are not willing to lead them, he is ready to lead the movement. I have the minutes of that meeting in my phone presently. Guess who is that person? Issa Pantami, that was the former Minister of Communication of Buhari's regime. And several times, these are people that are terrorist sympathizers. And that is why the Nigerian army have not been able to win the war against terrorism. Because the terrorists have infiltrated the Nigerian ranks, the army ranks, so they cannot win the war. They said Osama bin Laden was a better Muslim than he is. He was sad when Osama bin Laden was killed. And he has said it several times that Boko Haram should not be killed. He said they are their Muslim brothers. How do you win a war against terrorism when there are people high in government that are sympathizers to terrorism? How do you win that war? Now, there are 4 categories of insecurity or people that are causing insecurity. Number 1, you have Boko Haram. Number 2, you have bandits. Number 3, you have Fulani herdsmen. Now I'm going to show you how they are connected. Many people don't know. The Boko Haram and the Fulani herdsmen have one mission. The mission is simple: Islamize Nigeria. Come to a territory that are Christian dominated, kill everybody there, occupy their land. Go to Benin, look for a community, kill them there, occupy their land. That's always me. Boko Haram and the Fulani herdsmen. Have you noticed the Fulani herdsmen they don't kidnap, they kill. There's hardly a place you hear that Fulani herdsmen capture that they say these are Fulani herdsmen. No, when they go, they kill. How do they kill? They kill with guns. You must now ask yourself, how does a Fulani man get AK-47? Do you know the cost of one AK-47? One AK-47 is over $1,000 something. Where will a Fulani man be able to get one AK-47? Are you with me? And now, so you will know that there are people that are sponsoring this movement. Then the Boko Haram and the Fulani, they go about Christian-dominated areas. You will understand that when this terrorism started in Nigeria, that only people that were killed were Christian churches. You will not hear that they kill anyone. It is Christians and churches. I remember in Kaduna then that churches began to look for security men to guide their churches in every service day. Otherwise, you can be boom, everybody dies. And churches that don't have money to hire soldiers began to use some of their members. I was a member of the security team in my church in Deeper Life in Kaduna in 2010. Because we don't stay in the church. Once I come to the church in the morning, we stay outside, moving around patrolling, because anybody can come and drop anything. So when Boko Haram started, the majority of Muslims, the Hausa, northern Muslims, the Hausa, they were happy. I know people that were celebrating it. If you see them crying today, I'll tell you why. At the initial beginning of this thing, they were happy celebrating the killings of Christians. They said they are purging Nigeria of army. It was majority of Christians and Christian-dominated areas. But when it comes to 2014, the man Buhari and APC that wanted to overthrow the government of Jonathan, by all means, decided to employ mercenaries from Niger, from Chad, from all those Fulani, from other African nations where they're Fulani, and they brought them into Nigeria. What was the goal? The goal was that if Jonathan does not concede defeat in the election, they were going to rain hell on Nigeria. So they brought in these mercenaries, and they equipped them with rifles, the Air-Rufais, the Buharis. Are you with me? The Air-Rufais, the Buharis. Every one of these people called APC, they brought in mercenaries and armed them in the bushes and told them to wait. The moment Goodluck Jonathan did not concede defeat in the election, they were going to start. But unfortunately for them, Goodluck knew of the assignment. He got intel about it because the man said his ambition does not want the blood of millions. So the man conceded defeat and left. And so they declared APC winner. Now, you have already brought people from different parts to come and fight. But what they wanted to come and fight for did not achieve anymore. So now they left those people in the bush. They left them with guns and ammunition in the bush. And when Buhari became the president, he abandoned them. Instead of them to settle them and let them go back, they abandoned them. And the people saw Nigeria as a place that is good. And the people decided to remain in Nigeria. Those are the people that started bandits. Before, we don't have anything like bandits. Banditry started under the watch of APC, under Buhari, because they were the ones that brought them in. Kidnapping, because they needed to survive. So they started by kidnapping. And they started by kidnapping. And they started by kidnapping. And they started by kidnapping. Over time, now, you understand that there are certain parts of this nation where there are mineral resources. Don't be an ignorant Christian. Follow me. Don't be an ignorant Christian. Don't be in a nation where you don't have understanding of what is happening. Now, there are some parts of Nigeria where there are good resources. And so, and this is have been illegally mined by elites, the military generals, the oligarchs, the people that are leaders, the leadership of the North, they were mining these resources, and the money does not go into the federal government account. So what they do is that they employ the services of this banditry to create two things. Number one, to create diversion. So when you go to Zamfara, that's why you hear that they say there is killing in Zamfara now. It's because of the illegal gold mine. There is gold in Zamfara that they are mining. And so these bandits that are already in the bush, some people collaborate with them, partnered with them, and told them to see, keep creating confusion, create chaos. When you keep creating chaos, the Nigerian state and the people of Nigeria will not be able to focus on the illegal mining. They'll be concerned about the insecurity. So the insecurity is created as a means of diversion in the north. Are you following me? It is created as a means of diverting the attention of the military and the Nigerian populace from being able to focus on the illegal mining of resources. And any part of the north where there is resource, you find out that insecurity there. Recently, it has started in Kwara because there's a great amount of lithium in Kwara too that they have discovered and they're mining. So they partner with the Chinese because the people that do this illegal mining are the Chinese. They partner with the Chinese to be able to, so the bandits became the security men of the Chinese and all those people to protect them. So that while they're mining, they can begin to cause chaos. Because while the people are mining and they're causing chaos, they're kidnapping, they're killing, nobody will be able to focus on what the Chinese are doing and those people illegal mining. Every single day to this moment, I'm telling you, they're mining in those places. And they will take it to an airfield in the bush and fly it out of Nigeria. They're making billions of dollars from it every day while people are being killed. That is why you now hear that Muslims are saying that they're killing Muslims too. What you have, it is what Buhari created. The APC-led administration created, the banditry they created, is what they did not now. Because the people they brought to come and kill Nigeria in 2015 did not succeed because Goodluck relinquished power to them. And now the people have become thugs, they have become tools to be used in the hand of men that are using them to secure their illegal gold mines. And that's why you kill them too. That's why you hear that they say they are killing Muslims. Now, the Christian persecution and genocide has been there. So you find that the other part, the Muslim and the Fulani men keep going around killing in all those parts. And the Christians and the churches have been silent for too long. This evil has prevailed in Nigeria because the righteous men have been too quiet.
Bam!
If we're ever going to win against insecurity in Nigeria, Nigeria must put two things Nigeria must do. Number one, Sharia law must be completely abolished in Nigeria. Nigeria is not an Islamic state. Why will Nigeria, some part of Nigeria, be practicing Sharia? The law guiding them is constitutional law that believe that if somebody deserves to die because he speaks against his God. Can an Hausa man insult Jesus and I kill him for insulting Jesus? But somebody believes when you speak against Muhammad, you deserve to die. How do you live in a country with somebody that has that kind of mentality? The military have become complicit. They are compromised. Nigerian military cannot win this one. 20 years from today, I'm telling you, 20 years from today, this thing of insecurity will not end because there are people that are enjoying it, benefiting from it, and reaping from it. If Nigeria want to win this war, partner with America. Let them come and military. I'm not sure I've seen that in Kano yesterday, some people were protesting that they don't want America to come. Because they believe, what they have been told is that if America is coming to kill Muslims, and the man said he wants to come and kill terrorists, but they are protesting. Anybody that is negotiating, people like Ahmed Gumi, Sheikh Gumi should be locked away. A terrorist sympathizer is a terrorist. A man that believes that you are not supposed to kill a terrorist is himself a terrorist. A man that believes that we should go and negotiate. How do you go and negotiate with terrorists? Because you see, terrorists are not just criminals. They are working with the wrong ideology. A man that believes that killing is, he has nothing to lose. How do you negotiate with a man that believes that killing himself is to meet their God in heaven to collect 72 virgins? How do you negotiate with such a person? A man like Sheikh Gumi should be locked away. A man like Ali Muhammad Bushari should be arrested. You want to win against terrorism, you must go brutal. No nation win against terrorism by pampering them. The custom is taking rice, seizing rice from Nigeria and taking it to terrorists in the bush that they need to take care of them because they are human beings. No. The moment you become a terrorist, you see that taking the life of your fellow human being is nothing, is to please a God, then you don't deserve to live. Children of God, I'm not going to ask you to pray because this is not a period of prayer. This is a period of action. Reverend Dr. Ezekiel from Jos, the man I've been speaking, I've paid attention. Not for once have they invited the man for interview because they don't want to give the man any airtime. But you see, any little thing they will call Gumi and give you microphone. Gumi, they are inviting Gumi. They are inviting Gumi up and down. The media is complicit. The Nigerian military is complicit. You can't win war with this Nigerian army, not because they don't have the capacity, but because they are compromised. Buhari created banditry. The people like Gumi and the rest of them, they are the people that facilitated the idea of Boko Haram. And today, some of them are your leaders in government. Some of them, most of them are moving free. Not one have been arrested. Kabiru Sokoto that bombed Nyanyan in 2011. When they rearrested him, guess where they caught him? In the house of Shetima in Abuja. What is he doing in the house of Shetima if Shetima doesn't know him? But today, Shetima is your vice president. How do you win a war where terrorists are ruling you? Where terrorist sympathizers are moving around? This is not a period to say we are praying. No! This is a period of wisdom. This is a period of action. Churches in the south have no idea. They sit in their cousin churches with employ them. They don't know what it means to be in the north. They don't know what it means to be running for your life. That every Sunday in the church here in Kaduna, when they finish to pray, everyone is praying with one eye open. Because you don't know God might go up at any time in the church. The Nigerian church must rise up. There's an agenda. And if you read the minutes of that meeting in 2010 led by Isa Patami, you will not believe it. I have a recording of his messages. Where's our people? Why would they be killing their people? He said, why would they be killing his Muslim brothers? Referring to Boko Haram as their Muslim brothers. How do you win with such a people? And that guy was a minister under Buhari for 8 years. Do you know what I'm telling you this morning? You are in Nigeria. If you are not aware of what is happening around you, in a short time, one day your calamity will just come.
Bam!
Are you with me? The banditry that is destroyed them in the north was created by the people Buhari brought for mercenaries to destroy Nigeria in 2015 in case he did not win. Unfortunately, he won, and those people were left without fight. And they began to use the weapons that have been provided for. These guys have sophisticated their weapon. They move logistics, move money in dollars. Where do you think they're getting it from? You think it's from the sale of cow? No. The Bible says, watch and pray. We have been praying. This is the time to do what? To watch.
Now you have another pastor. For those of you that are looking for church, a message, and who to send tithes. Oh, by the way, let me access bank details of Reverend Dachomo. Because people, when they look for who they want pay tithe to, I beg. I not get this man, this thing now. I for poster. If anybody when get am, locate the man, get information. This is the least we can do from here. Since we are far. By the way, there is a protest going on in Washington, D.C. on the 1st of December. Nigerians in the abroad. Nigerians in America. Make una show up. Okay? Not be today, not be maths. Oh, we dey now. Now show workings. Now we dey now. As it dey hot, we need to amplify what? Amplify our voices. Show up to Washington, D.C. I post them for my community page. Go and check it for details. Okay? There's a protest that's going to take place at Capitol Hill. Be there and be counted. Nigerians, for once in our lifetime, let's come together as a people and amplify what? Amplify our voices. All this one of concern me, near me, is far from me, it's happening over there, it's not happening over there. As this pastor talk now, calamity, you don't know when calamity go show up, bam, all of a sudden. I've said it here before. All of us, you go confused. Omo, when you see evil, you not talk. You don't know when the evil go show up. May we not be recipients of evil. I just they talk. These are natural laws. Not because it's just natural laws of the earth. That be this. So, I bet Mona continue to like more video.
All our politicians, they don't know say that the mumu. They don't know. They don't study now. Nothing will happen to Nigerian people. They go forget after 3 days.
Not be say they are not how to move on easily. They are just stupid. Not all Nigerians, but most Nigerians, they are stupid. Just as their leaders. Not all. Now, men, the problem of Nigeria, not the ladies. The only thing what ladies they do.
So I already shared. If you go to my community page, for those that are asking for my post, if you go to my post section, you will see. Just go down a couple. You will see the details of the protests happening. Okay, in Washington D.C. to amplify our voices about these Christian massacres. All right, you will see the details there. All right, so I already posted it on my community page, on my post. If you go to my channel, let me go here now. Let me bring it to you guys before we continue this video, because this is very important. Post. Okay, please add your voice, so make the free Sunday Jackson. The man no do anything, no. They just won't buy the man for nothing. Here it is. Take a screenshot if you can, or go to my community page. All right. A Stop the Christian Genocide rally, December 1st, Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill. Dress code is all white. All white. Time 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Abeguna. All right. So the key prayers that they have is the U.S. intervention to protect Nigerian Christians and stop the genocide. Secretary of State to redesignate Nigeria as a country of that has already been done. I think that has been removed. I'm going to look for the updated one. And then ask the U.S. Congress and Senate to urgently pass Senator Ted Cruz's bill. It's still before the Senate. Okay. So those are the prayers. So yeah, you can go to my community page to get more details. All right.
Make they put their picture on top of Kudedron. Make they do also. That's all. They are not the problem of Nigerians. Most evil when they happen for Nigeria, men, they do them. Now I know, because when we did our statistics. So
Sunday Jackson, Sunday Jackson is a man, a Hausa man, who Fulani terrorists came to his farm. And they came to harass him, and this particular Fulani guy wanted to buy him. So he was able to take the tool away from the Fulani and bite the Fulani. Self-defense. Okay? Since then, now they lock this guy up. Sunday Jackson, now they lock the guy up. Amnesty International don't talk, but people don't they call there's been international awareness about it. They don't they talk, so maybe they release them. Supreme Court sadly can't agree with the buying of this man. This is the worst judiciary ever. Everything for Nigeria is rotten. Anyway, so that's why it's been going on for months. It's been more than a year or so. If you go and if you like, you can go and do research. You can research more on it. There's information on Twitter. I think you can probably find it on Facebook as well. All right, so that's it.
98% of ladies are fully in support of what Mr. President said. In supporting Nigerians to fight against terrorism. Nobody is going to Nigeria to make war. Nobody they go to Nigeria say they won't fight war. What Mr. President tweeted was that all those killings needs to stop. It's common sense. So they can put that shit together. That's all. Nobody sending troops to Nigeria to fight any war. Nobody sending troops to Nigeria to go and fight natural resources, to go and steal natural resources. Which natural resources now get where they want to? That natural resources, that natural resources, how many of them don't benefit inside the natural resources? How many? Many of them when they talk, many of them they go by road, go Libya. Libya when they talk, say US scatter. The Libya still better past Nigeria. Many Nigerians are in Libya, then they go through road. I thank Almighty God, say I come up for Nigeria when I was young. Because I don't let any of them draw me back. I raise my bar high. Because when you happen to find yourself among foolish people, there's nothing you can do than to just leave. You don't get understanding.
Welcome, Gawalele. I'm charging.
Serious matter, I go turn to cruise. Everything are cruise.
Honestly.
Everything are cruise.
Exactly.
I don't know when I'm supposed to be serious. Now I don't know when I'm supposed to play. Everything after 3 days, they don't forget. They don't carry another matter again. All now everything is up now. So all of them be.
They don't know everybody for Nigeria saying I just
Yes, Atlantic, yes.
Anywhere they
Post, just post. It's called post.
Easy to manipulate.
I just
Let's
show
give
them
us
now.
a time. Don't get, they don't forget.
For
They're
post.
supposed to even forgive my government upon all the things they don't do for now. For that, like it.
Atlantic, post, yeah, post. Make I show you again. Oh my God. For those of you that cannot locate it, if you go, see if you go to my community page, you'll see home, video, shorts, live, playlist, post. So it's under post. That's where you find it. I hope it is clear now.
Watching this video, make sure that you share this video. Look at these people. These are Benue people. They are doing protests against the crime that is going on in their state.
Petono, we will see about it.
Police are throwing them tear gas.
The state before them. However, things escalated as policemen shot tear gas to disperse the protesters.
This is old news. This video that you have watched now, not be today where this thing happened. It happened like 4 months ago. The Benue people came out to do peaceful protest over the crime that is going on in their state, and they're throwing them tear gas. And this is not the first time, second time people will come out and do peaceful protests. The police will be throwing them tear gas, arresting them. But right now is the time that we're going to rise up to do protests. We support President Donald Trump. They don't do two protests. The northern people don't do protests against President Donald Trump. The other one is in Lagos State. They have do protests. They don't need President Donald Trump. So it's the time that we are going to rise up and do our own protest that we need President Donald Trump. We support President Donald Trump to come and fight against these terrorists. It's the time that we will move out. Let them throw us Lagos, make we see. It's the time we go rise up and do our own protest that we supported President Donald Trump to deal with these terrorists that are slaughtering people, slaughtering Christians in Nigeria. Let's come out and do our own protests. Let's come out and do our own protests. I told you people before, they protests 2 days ago in the northern part of Nigeria. Last 3 days ago in Lagos, they do protests saying they don't need Donald Trump. They don't need Donald Trump. Donald Trump is coming to save us. And they are saying they don't need them. 4 months ago, they were doing protests in Benue State. They don't need him again in their state. Police throw them tear gas, arrest many of them. So right now, make we come do the right now we are going to march out and do that protest. Make police come and arrest us. Make them throw us tear gas. Other people do. They don't throw them tear gas. They do not arrest them. Let's rise up. All the youth leaders in your village, gather your people. Go do banner. Donald Trump. We support Donald Trump. Let's move out in the street. Let's move out in the market and do peaceful protests. Let's move out and do peaceful protests. Why others are doing? No arrest, no tear gas. Let's come out and do our own. As I'm watching this video, make sure that you share this video.
What's it called? Atlantic. The information, the date and time is the same. There's nothing old there. It's just the agenda. The agendas, one of them has been granted, but the date, the venue, everything is the same. The reason why I said I was going to look for the updated agenda was for the sake of the agenda, but the time and date remains what? The same. Okay? So take that screenshot and use it. And if you're on Twitter, you can also find it. All right? You can find it. Let me go on with my thing here. If when I'm done with this life, I will look for it and share it again. But yeah.
Who came? We have terrorists who came to invade our land. See, let me tell you, in Nigeria presently, almost every week there is emergence of new terrorist group. Almost every week, emergence of new terrorist group. I challenge anybody, if you have heard of any Christian terrorist group, they are all Islamic based. And if you ask them what is their purpose, what is their drive, their purpose is to take indigenous land from the indigenous population and Islamize Nigeria. These are the twin principles that they come in for.
No, but the government has said
in River State,
there is nothing like Islamization, that's not possible.
I am telling you. But for this Trump, But for this strike, they have completed their assignment. One day, see, let me tell you, do you know what they used Akpabio to do? The Senate president. The Senate president, because of what happened in Rivers State, which was a test ground, it was a test move. He struck down the constitutional provision that asks that if they are going to approve a state of emergency, it's going to be by two-thirds majority. The Senate president turned it into a voice vote instead of two-thirds majority. That is the highest form of open rape on the Constitution. So the Constitution does not matter. They can twist it because Sharia, which is anchored on feudalism, does not recognize rule of law.
Okay, let's go back up here. There are some videos that I had to skip because I wanted to bring up that
has been accused of wanting to set Nigeria on Nasiru El-Rufai has been accused of wanting to set Nigeria on fire with his utterances. The chieftain of the All Progressives Congress in Plateau State, Samuel Kwamko, made the accusation after a video in which El-Rufai allegedly stated that he deceived Christians during the course of the electioneering campaigns, that the APC Muslim ticket was not for religious dominance, when in actual fact, the tickets, both nationally and at the state level, were for Islamic dominance. In the video, which has since gone viral, El-Rufai is reported to have also said that the victory of Bola Ahmed Tinubu had silenced the Christian Association of Nigeria, adding that he will sustain an Islamic-dominated government for 20 years and unending, not only in Kaduna State, but in Nigeria at large. Kwamko, who is also a former national director of the Christian Association of Nigeria, while reacting to El-Rufai's comments, expressed disappointment at his classification of citizens of his state as them versus us, which to him meant that the former governor cannot be exonerated from the wanton killings, demolition of houses, and places of worship of Christians in Kaduna. Well, let's take a listen to a short clip of that video before we come back for a discussion.
Duk da taron dangin da aka yi, duk da addini da aka yi amfani da shi, Allah ya ba Asiwaju nasara.
Okay, for the sake of Atlantic and others that are asking, I just posted the updated one with the agenda, with the prayers, updated prayers. Okay, so it's fresh on now.
Abinda muka samu muka yi a Kaduna yanzu an yi shi a ƙasa gaba daya. Babu wani makaryaci da zai zo ya ce zai fito ya ce shi zai yi siyasa na Kiristanci ya ci zaɓe. Peter Obi ya yi ga inda yake. An yi maganin wannan dole suka shi tun da Asiwaju ya ci zaɓe kan tsit. To da haka ne za a samu lafiya a ƙasar nan. To shi ma kaga ya aka sake aka ƙara sai komi sai ya wallahi abinda muka yi kenan kuma ni da wasu daga cikin mu a ganin mu mun gama aikin.
This has caused a huge debate on social media.
Hello, my friend, my president, Jagaban. I am in St. Lucia just for a short vacation for the weekend. That's the place where you go. Say, well, go bring development and whatever, comment. But this was a village partial, a village developed partial, and but that's not what I'm here to talk to you about. Jagaban, I watched your video recently. As I said, I'm not working, I'm free. I saw you make a statement which is very rare in your administration. You rarely talk to people. They will massacre all these Christians, you don't talk to them. I saw you say them good morning, they clap, pa, 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 pa. I'm here today, pa, 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 pa. I'm disappointed that in your at your age, you think that people clapping all these things, they really, really mean well for you. You're not doing well, my brother. You're not doing well. You're not doing well. And I'm sure the same people clapping for you will be telling you the Americans are not serious, or God are serious, or God is serious. One day, you just wake up and say they have attacked these terrorists. I saw another video in the north, they are negotiating with bandits. The government, you're not doing well. You are not doing well. I don't say all these people now, after watching it, they say, I don't mind him, now Okoro, Moibo, now P2P people. I don't care what you think. I will keep telling you, I will keep informing you that Jagaban, you're not doing well. Things are not going well. And you don't even address the nation. If you address, you fill the room with a lot of charlatans. Look at resident doctors, small kids. They've been on strike since. Nothing. Not even nothing. I'm disappointed, to say the least. This is not P2B, the party, whatever. If P2B too self not do well and whatever, I would say to him, you are not doing well. You're just not doing well. And this security one is really, really pissing everyone up. And I'm sure all those people clapping for you, say good morning, they clap for you, say good afternoon, they clap for you. They think Americans are kidding. They're not kidding. They will invade, get rid of these terrorists. And you know that's what they do. They're not doing well. Prices of everything, insecurity. There is nothing in my country, Nigeria today that works. They do good morning, clap, clap, clap. I'm here today, clap, clap, clap. And that's so talking.
Dr. Zoe, one of our favorite online doctors. Meanwhile, Harrison Gwamishu, he say more than 20 Nigerians kidnapped in the last 48 hours. He don't raise alarm. Everybody they send a message. The guy, he dey cry, not fit handle everything at once. Na here where we come dey for Nigeria be this so. Una here una G.O.
The second time.
It no be like say.
For some years ago, when the current president at that time said all churches should protest around the streets where their churches are, protesting against killings going on in Nigeria, particularly against Christians. That day, on the Sunday that he said we should go out, I went out around the Butemeta. It was in the news. If you go into the archive, you see the television people. I think they came specially to cover me. And they focus on my placard. If I know a time like this will come, maybe I would have covered, I would have kept a video. On my placard, I wrote, every soul is precious to God. That's one thing, that's in my own placard, and I carried it myself. Every soul is precious to who? To God. Christian souls, Muslim souls, even enemy souls. That's what I believe then. That's what I believe now. Because every soul you kill, for whatever reason, you are robbing God, the one who created every soul for his pleasure. And until the president of Ghana says something about the evil that is going on, I will not be talking. What do you mean you will not be talking? I mean, I won't be talking to the people outside. There's nothing wrong in me talking to my own children.
Hey, hey, una don hear na Gio. Okay.
Oh yeah, watch this video.
You want to shout corruption, corruption, corruption until it benefits you. If it can't benefit you, you go talk to our connection. Even Christian people say they call them grace.
Oh yeah, watch this video.
That the life of the may the God of mercy, that the life of these people that will be buried with their blood will never ever go in vain. What took place on the Christmas Eve, there are many people that were killed, slaughtered like animals. They are cold-blooded. Some are in their house, some were even outside. Today, we buried about 150 all over in the zone, or more than that number, are the people that were killed and slaughtered like animals by the Fulani people. And they came to attack them, and they killed them. They burned churches, houses were burned, and the people are helpless. May the God of mercy,
or any man of God, and you have nothing reasonable to say to all that is happening in Nigeria, just shut up. Just shut it. Just shut up. After all, that is what most of you do. You don't say anything. Thousands will be killed. Hundreds have been killed. As far as your offering and tithes keep getting it, and all those things you do, it doesn't concern. Just shut up. Stop embarrassing people. Stop embarrassing the genuine men of God in this nation. Stop embarrassing them. Just shut up. People are being killed. Lives are being destroyed daily. Not one of you. You don't speak anything. You don't say a thing. You don't say a thing. You don't even bother. And when people that are genuinely speaking for the cause of the people are speaking, and you come outside and you begin to bring propaganda, just shut up. Many of you are bigoted. Go and check. Many of you are bigoted. Bigotry has eaten you up. And the most part is the fact that you come and be saying, God spoke to me. God spoke to me. God spoke to you that President Trump want to come and save Nigeria because you want to collect the resources in Nigeria. He wants to collect your mineral, your gold, and your oil. That's what God told you. You are a dishonest person. Why have we come to this level? In the scriptures, if you go through the Bible, the men of God, the prophet of God, were known to speak against injustice, to speak against wickedness, but not in these days. Just shut up. You don't have anything reasonable to say. Shut it. What nonsense? What are we doing to ourselves in this nation? When God will say, how many of you don't know how many years people have been praying? All the killings, the genocide. You come out as a man of God saying there is no genocide in this nation against Christian faith. You are a wicked soul. You are a wicked entity. To come out and say there is no genocide, he said, let's keep genocide aside, forget about issue of genocide. You are a wicked soul. Just shut up. Many of you have no idea. I've lived in the north, I'm still in the north, serving in the north, leading God's people here in the north. Many of you have no idea whatsoever. You are in the south there, enjoying your AC churches and all that, that's fine. But if you don't have any reasonable contribution to make, just shut up and stop gaslighting people. For as long as I can remember, Christians have always been at the receiving end of anything in this country. There is insecurity, truly. But we all know that this insecurity is created by people that are milking the nation, mining resources, partnering with China with the Chinese to mine resources, and they're taking them abroad, taking them away from this nation, and they arm this bandit to secure themselves as a means of distraction. So while the activity of mining is going on, so to prevent the military men or the Nigerians to focus on them, they created insecurity. And so while you are focused on insecurity and all the killings and kidnapping, you will not even bother to check their activity, and that is the plan. And that's how they keep taking resources away from this nation. You know that. The government of there are people that know that this is not a hidden thing. They arm these bandits for the essence of distraction, to distract people. That is there. But we all know that there is a systematic jihadi agenda and Islamization against Nigeria. And you say Nigeria is a secular nation. How is a secular nation a member of an Islamic organization of the world or something? An Islamic organization, a world Islamic organization. Why will a secular nation be a member of a world Islamic organization? Why will a secular nation that is called a secular nation be practicing Sharia in some part of the state? Why will a secular nation have the description of the Nigerian military to be in Arabic, not in English that everybody understands? You all are there, you are so dumb. You are there, you are following them to spread propaganda, to spread lies. This has been going on for years. We know it. You all know it. I was born and brought up in Kaduna. I live in Kaduna, I live in Jos. We have seen all these attacks consistently in Benue, in Kaduna, in Jos, in part of Nasarawa, in Taraba. Consistently, Christian community have been burned, churches have been burned. Every time somebody insulted Mohammed in France, the next thing is a church in Kaduna or in Jos that is being burned. We all know this. It's been going on for years. And you come out to say, forget that Trump is only interested in the resources of Nigeria. You just shut up. So things you don't have anything to say, just keep quiet. Now for you to come and speak trash, embarrassing genuine men of God. As far as we know, most of you don't talk. Let the church, let the northern Christians be killed. Let them be killed in their skulls in the hundred. It doesn't concern you. You keep going about your normal business. You don't talk. You don't bother. And that's it. Keep it that way. God will hold you accountable for that. But for you to come and counter or try to ridicule people that are speaking against this, that are fighting for the true cause of the genocide of Christians. Just 2 days ago, in a community in Benue, look how they massacre children, babies sleeping, and they massacre them. But you will not speak up. Not once have you come out to speak against the killings. But you're always quick to come and debunk when people are speaking, when people are trying to speak for the truth. If you don't have anything, as a man of God, speaking to men of God this morning, if you don't have anything to say, just keep quiet, zip it. We thank God for the lives of Reverend Ezekiel. That man is a true apostle of Jesus Christ. We see what God, we see how the man has been fighting concerning. He could have left them. He could have left that community, but he's there fighting for people. You don't care. They don't have basic churches. They don't have big jeeps. They don't bother. They keep serving Jesus. You are there in your estate, in your cozy churches, and don't bother. Continue. You keep organizing programs and this, and keep breaking limits. That's your problem. No problem. But for those that are speaking against the injustice in Nigeria, let them speak. Don't silence them. Don't try to mock people's pain. Just shut up. You don't have anything to say. Shut it. How do we find ourselves here in this situation where we cannot speak truth to the power, that you cannot come out and speak confront the government on what they are doing? But God is raising a Cyrus for us all the way from America to come and fight the cause. The man never said he's coming to dethrone the government or to overturn topple the government. He didn't say he was coming to fight Muslim or to kill Muslim. He said, I'm coming to kill terrorists, specializing the terrorists that are killing Christians, and you are fighting it, and you are speaking up to say he's interested in your resources. You are speaking out to say he's interested in your resources. Trump is interested in your resources. He's interested in your gold and silver that the Chinese have been taken away. And you think that is all what this. People were crying. It was the crowd of people that got the attention of this man. You act as if you don't know. But because it is your kinsman, I'm a Yoruba man too. But I will never be a bigot. I will never be a bigot. I hate bigotry. I hate bigotry. For that is my person, it's my tribe. Because most of you are benefiting directly from the corruption of this government. You're a man of God, you don't have anything to say. Shut up. Shut up. Don't mock people's pain. Don't ridicule people that are speaking up. Don't come and tell us that there is no genocide. I accept you want the wrath of God to come upon you. Let we that are speaking, we will continue to speak. We thank God for the lives of Prophet Ebuba. We thank God for the life of Dr. Paul. We thank God for the lives of Reverend Ezekiel. Reverend Ezekiel Dochomo in Jos. We thank God for those that are speaking. But you that don't speak, keep quiet. If you cannot speak anything reasonable, don't come and mock people's pain to say there is no genocide. I am Apostle Michael Olo, and I will never be silent anymore. Because while you are being silent, while you are trying to hide under the protection of the government or trying to get favor, people like Gumi, people like Sheikh Gumi are begging Nigerians to pamper terrorists. No, don't kill them. Don't shoot at them. Don't bomb them. Give them amnesty. Negotiate with them. Which nation in the world negotiate with terrorists? But why the Islamic clerics are fighting? We saw. I have a document here. The minute of a meeting held about in the year 2010, where they were planning strategically of how to execute jihad in Jos, Bauchi, and Kaduna, headed by Isa Pantami, the former Minister of Information and Communication under Buhari's government. These men are deep, they're strategic, the thing has been going on, they're working tirelessly to achieve it. You are there in your church in the south, and you can spew rubbish. Shut up! You don't have anything to say, shut it.
This is another apostle. For those of you that are desperately looking for pastors, here he is a pastor. Okay? All right. Let's keep going. Yes, I Represent Riley. I tweeted, actually, let me go back up here. Because, okay, let me read what he posted 6 hours ago. It says, Nigeria is the most dangerous place in the world to be a Christian. 50,000 to 100,000 of our brothers and sisters in Christ have been martyred since 2009 in Nigeria. 7,000 have been murdered this year alone. And I'm sure it's putting it very lightly. 7,000 doesn't even cut it. That's 35 Christians murdered per day. Thank you, POTUS, for designating Nigeria as a country of particular concern in this bloodshed and for tasking me to lead this investigation in the House. Thank you, Catholic Arena, for helping to shed light on this genocide. Catholic Arena, the most populous country in Africa and Nigeria with 234 million people, yet in the past few years has become infamous for something else. Nigeria is now one of the most dangerous places on earth in which a person can be Christian. You can go and follow, subscribe to Catholic Arena if you want to, because it's like 16 parts detailed, okay? You might want to go there and get more details. So let's listen to this video.
Virginia's 2nd Congressional District, and he joins us now in Will Kane Country. Hey, Congressman.
Hey, Will, how you doing?
I'm good. You probably, are you rural West Virginia? Is there urban West Virginia? And did you need NPR?
Everything in West Virginia is rural. The largest city we have in West Virginia is 50,000 people.
Is it really? The
Yeah.
largest city in West Virginia is 50,000.
Yep.
I grew up.
All this talk of
Texas,
gala, they make me hungry for gala. Mona, stop
and it was
am.
definitely one of the smaller cities in Texas. Not the smallest. I mean, I lived in cities with 2,000 people for a while.
Well, that put you in the top in West Virginia.
I was a big city boy. In West Virginia. Hey, how about this proposal? Some West Virginia state senator wants to annex a good portion of Western Virginia. Bring that into West Virginia. I saw the map. It's a big chunk of Virginia they want to bring over to West Virginia.
Yeah, Senator Chris Rose has been talking about that. Interestingly, we've discussed this a number of times. Western Maryland at one point, actually, their delegates had sent letters to their capital in Annapolis saying, we would like to leave Maryland, allow them to hold the referendum.
What would it take, like, for that to happen, to redraw the state lines? Would Virginia have to, like,
if they wanted to join West Virginia,
the poll and House Appropriations Committee to immediately look at it and report back to me? So first, what are you going to do, Congressman, when he asks you to look into this issue?
Well, first and foremost, obviously, we've had a lot of information flows in between my office and people who are actually on the ground and in groups who are on the ground that have been informing a lot of the facts that we've been putting out there. So we're going to come up with a number of suggestions based on this country particular concern designation, which allows 15 different levers to then be open for the president, going from sanctioning individuals to organizations to also withholding foreign aid, military aid, such as train and equip, things like that. We've got over $2 billion in arms sales. Billions of dollars have gone over to the Nigerians in the thought and also guarantee from them that they would defeat and go fight Boko Haram with the security assistance that we've been providing to them over many, many years, and they've not done that. So we're going to have a number of different suggestions that we are going to provide to the president and some ground truth that we're going to be able to give to him. We've also been working with his State Department already, NSC, and in constant contact with the White House on this. Obviously, the president has mentioned me as leading this because it's something I've been so vocal about over the last several months. In some ways, really heavy on my heart. Obviously, our brothers and sisters in Christ being murdered and martyred in the most dangerous country in the world for Christians, which is Nigeria, and seeing our brothers and sisters just face the worst type of death that you can imagine. Some burned alive in churches. Every single week there's something happening, all for the very simple reason all they have done is profess their belief in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, which is absolute tragedy that they're facing this. So we do have to stand up to this. I believe this is a genocide that's happening. I just had a call earlier today with a bunch of Nigerian activists and also different faith leaders within the Christian communities there. So we're getting a lot of information for the president, and once we have that packaged up, we're going to go up there and talk to him.
Isn't there some indication the Nigerian government has started to do a little more to address the issue, perhaps under the pressure of the United States or the increased attention or the threat, as you pointed out, with some of the money that's sent to Nigeria? Has there been a little action on behalf of...
How much of that is window dressing and virtue signaling on their part, but that's something that we're going to get to the bottom of. And it does seem that we're going to have a meeting with the Nigerian government here in the coming weeks, myself and other members of Congress and also the White House. And so we'll be pressing them very hard on what type of metrics that they view for success versus what our metrics of success are, which is preventing the genocide of Christians in Nigeria. So yeah, they've made some positive noises, but I need to see a little bit more positive action. I know the president does as well.
Is there any appetite, Congressman? I mean, I think the president posted this as well at one time, like for any type of American military presence in Nigeria.
Well, the president, as you know, has put all options on the table, as he always does. He is not going to restrict or restrain himself in trying to get a peaceable solution in any type of country that he's been involved with. They're talking about 8 different peace deals at this point, which President Trump is certainly the peace and prosperity president. So military kinetic action is something that is on the table. What machination that will take, what that would look like, is certainly going to be determined by the response of the Nigerians. But what I'd say is this is a great opportunity for the Nigerian government, President Tinubu, to actually form a deeper and strengthened relationship with the United States by protecting our brothers and sisters in Christ in that country, and actually have a better working relationship than obviously we currently do right now. So this doesn't have to be all sticks. There can be carrots involved in this as well, Will. But it's going to be up to the Nigerian government, President Tinubu, if they would like to take that path rather than the other one. But President Trump's been clear, we're not going to allow this to happen.
All right, before we go, Congressman, I was going to listen to this a little bit earlier with Jasper Sovic, but I want to do this with you right now. This is Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson talking about ICE deportations in the city of Chicago, and he's asking for outside help. Listen to this.
We cannot do this work alone, though. And that is why I call on this council to hold the federal.
Okay, so that's about it for that. Let me go back. There's one more video, a couple more videos I want to share with you guys. And the one that Tracy sent to me.
Came together.
We haven't gotten
So
there.
it's looking like all Nigerian pastors actually came together and arranged their own sermons against the invasion of the country by Donald Trump. So this guy, Femi Lazarus, said that Donald Trump planned to come to Nigeria to cause division in order to, so that they can take over. Okay, maybe there is no genocide in Nigeria. That's fine. Go and cite your church in Benue State in Yelewata.
Bam.
All right? Or move your church to Southern Kaduna and preach from there instead of hiding in a city like Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja. Okay? Go and set up your church in Jos, where that man, that pastor, is crying every day. Go and set up your church there. Go to Yelewata in Benue and set up your church there. Move your headquarters to that place, and I'm sure you live there with the people. So that when you come back and you preach the same message, I will now know that yes, it's true that Donald Trump is coming to Nigeria to divide you people. But if peradventure your church cannot stand there for like 1 month.
Guys, please continue to double tap the screen to like, click on the 3 dots if you haven't done so.
Wrong. Please,
thanks to those who have liked.
That are saying that there is no genocide in Nigeria. Kindly move your church to Kaduna South, Benue State, Jos, Plateau State, then come back and say the same thing.
Bam.
If not, you guys need to shut up and shut up forever.
Bam. Omo, this is what Nigerians need to be doing more and more of. If you don't know, there's a protest that is happening in Washington, D.C. For those of you who live in the United States, find your way there. If not crawl, you want crawl. If you want to paddle boat, paddle. Anyhow you want to reach there. Okay.
Allowed Atiku. Chairman is wrong. Nigeria will never be a party state. That's not a democracy. It's wrong to have allowed Atiku to succeed Buhari. It will be one Fulani after the other. As you see the Fulanis killing people across the country, they want to appropriate the country.
Be careful of the use of words. You generalize.
Allow me to use my words, please.
No, I'm
use
saying
the words. I beg you. You might be very careful.
And there are good people.
I am speaking about national security. This is a national security issue.
Yes.
There is a war on. You want to pretend there's no war. There's a war on.
I'm only saying there are
a lot of you journalists are part of the problem.
Bam.
You want to address the truth.
Yes.
Why are you saying you're not pretending? People have been killed everywhere. You're saying there's no war. What do you mean you're not pretending? You are. You are part of the problem.
Yes.
Allow us to speak the truth so that people will know what's going on. People in the Benue cannot go to farm. People in Plateau cannot stay in their house. Those who are responsible for the war simply turn Nigeria into a settler colonial entity. And that's what's going on. You don't see that. You're seeing the politics. Forget about the politics. There is a real problem in the country. People are not sleeping at night. Even in daytime, our farmers cannot go to farms. I have food security problems. Why? The Fulani war across West Africa has finally bettered the area. And you don't want me to talk about it. Who are you afraid of? Who will hear it and we will die? It's the problem the country has gone wrong.
Yes.
A lot of you keep quiet.
Yes.
I'm aware of this. Please, when we have a problem like this, serious national security issue, we must speak to it. Pretend it doesn't exist. It does exist.
Dr. Kachi, God go bless you. Thank you. Don't when you don't they talk and sense. Not be now. Anyway, let's go to this. Oh, actually, let me pull up. Where is this? Oh, let's see. Okay, there we go.
Tinubu is announcing tax 5 months ahead. You know why? Because he knows there's nothing any of you can do. Do you know if Tinubu wants to go for third time, he will get it? With the current realities on ground today.
Do you think he will get
If Tinubu wants a third term, he will get it. A man comes in, meet a liter of fuel at 145 naira. Let's even say 200 naira. Right? And he jacks it up to 1,000. And everywhere is so calm. So why is he not being inclusive of the citizens on the street? Why is he not putting them into consideration? We cannot lose a case in court. That there is a minister is on round table to decide what to do with this country, because the way this is currently going on is not how a country is run.
This podcast is brought to you by the Volume Pod in association with the Cable NG and...
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to...
the Yazoo Development. This is Volume with MD Live. I'm glad you joined the show. It's another edition, and yes, we have a super guest with us today. He's Mr. Henry Shield. Well, we'll be discussing with us the extensive political life we find ourselves. The ground is moving politically, and while some of the actors and wrestlers are also moving, it gives such a movie, such a scene to behold. And he is observing, he's also been in the front, provided counsel, and continues to provide insight into what needs to be done to take democracy forward. I'm Femi D. Amede, and I'm glad you joined in. And thanks for your super comments as always as you leave them on the show. And now, I guess he's ready to share with us his own perspective to quite a number of issues as we dive into them. Thank you so much, sir, for coming on board.
Thank you, Mr. Femi, for having me.
Yes, congratulations to your family as well, and much expansion going on in that right as well.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's get into the arena of politics. At this time, I feel it is an arena. It's no longer just child's play. In here to election, it's both theatric and all kinds. But before we get soaked into that, I was following through your views on rule of law under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, especially on your good friend and your political ally, Showore, as we have it. He did put up the fact that he was going to protest. He protested against much of the verdict of the court. He was rearrested in court. And there's also the issue which he was protesting on. It contested in terms of Nnamdi Kanu and all of that. One would wonder, what's your perspective on the rule of law and its use so far under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
Absolutely non-existent. Completely zero. And I was in Kuje yesterday. I went to the magistrate where Shogoro was being prosecuted, and I also went to the prison to see him. What transpired in court yesterday was shocking. I got talking with a couple of lawyers and people who were in court after the charade that had happened, after the shamelessness that had taken place earlier in the morning, where uniformed men came to court and started harassing Nigerians that were in court to observe, firing tear gas canisters at them yesterday. Not the other day, I'm talking about yesterday morning, the first thing yesterday. So when I got into Kuje and I was like 2-3 minutes out from the court, a senior journalist, one of the executives of the NUJ in this town, called me. I was like, bros, where are you? And I'm like 2-3 minutes out. It's like, that they barred all of us, including journalists, from accessing the court. In a democracy. When we got there, my driver tried to go in, and I saw a police truck used to barricade the entrance to the road, not even the court, the road that leads to the court.
But that's not new in Nigerian system when it comes to security operatives. We've seen every time they feel a particular person standing trial could lead to break out of law and order, you find security operatives.
So give me one instance where this particular individual has gone out of law and order.
He was told, wasn't he?
No, he wasn't told. He was limited to where he could protest. He wasn't told. And I don't know the kind of things we accept from the leadership of this country. For some of us, if you look at my countenance and everything, I've actually decided to just go slow down, because I am here to find Nigerians who reason like citizens. What I see are people who now reason like defeated and conquered citizens. So your right to protest is not in the hand of Tinubu. I mean, do you understand? Like, there are certain things that are beyond explanations. How do I want to start engaging an individual who believes that it is the president that determines where I will protest? Who is the president? The only thing that determines my rights and my powers to protest is the Constitution. As long as I do not go outside the Constitution, I do not burn properties, I do not commit arson or crime or anything, my brother, if I decide tomorrow morning that I'm not comfortable with fuel at 950 naira, I have the right, unalienable right, to carry placard and go to the front of Aso Rock and cry. So when government, supposedly a democratic government, start believing that it is within their purview to determine who protests and what and where you protest. I saw the funny court ruling that said they cannot protest in front of the State House, they cannot protest in front of the National Assembly.
Please, whose attention are they trying to get? Is it you and I? Are they supposed to come and protest it? There are, see, this country needs a total restart, complete reset. What we are practicing is not a democracy. The police had no business barricading the entrance of the court. The police had no business being, when they got there, maybe because of the kind of vehicle or something that I use, they couldn't stop me. So they had to shift their vehicle back. We drove in, went into the court. Even while inside the court, the journalists were still calling me. So I had to talk to Shore's lawyer to please. So he had to be calling. They will go to the police and call. He will not tell them, oh, this one is my witness in court, or this one is. What is the business of the executive in the premises of the court? If you can define it from your journalist, tell me anywhere in the Constitution where the executive has a business inside the court.
That doesn't exist in itself.
Do you know what happened yesterday? I saw the DPO. See, I was shaking. And we are accepting it. We don't know. See, you and I, we're fine. We're okay. Yeah, we can feed 3 times a day. We can take our children to school. We are okay. So for us, we think this is fine. Well, the repercussions will soon come home to roost because this is not a democracy.
But the president, and alongside with his men, even at this point, there's much celebration about the economic achievement that have been done, being taken off list and taking off some key things and having the economic indices revitalized and put out there to say, oh, it's on the recovery part.
Fantastic.
You don't think it is fantastic?
I'm clapping.
Fantastic. Oh, you are. Is that
I want to ask a question.
Yes.
Are you better off today than you were in 2015?
No, I'm not.
Can we do a voice properly? Can we go out on the street and ask Nigerians who are not APC or PDP or they are not political? Can we go ask them if their lives are better off today than they were 10, 15 years ago?
But did you know that?
The only indices that count in the economy of any nation, the only factor that matters is the improvement in the lives of the people. Any other thing is paper discussion.
So you strongly believe the lives of Nigerians,
the economy has gone to tatters.
Not even mine.
You're not getting. You have, let's say you have 1 million now, right? In the past, with 1 million, you could set up a room as maybe a youth corps who just graduated or who just finished 7, who wants to set up live. We can buy AC, buy TV, buy rug, buy bed. Go and use 1 million and buy AC today, let's say. We do not realize the import of the actions of this government. Not just Tinubu, including his predecessor, the late Muhammadu Buhari. They have shrinked people's growth to the level where now, let me give you something that is relatable to viewers and everybody. A couple of years ago, I bought some Corolla for Uber. The highest one, this like 5-6 years ago. The highest one I bought, the highest of one of them was 1.6 million. Right? That same Corolla is 10 million today, 8 million, 10 million. Today.
That's almost 1,000% increase.
In which country can our citizens expected to absorb that shock? Do you know what it means that a bag of rice is 100,000? Yes, they said it's coming down now.
Minister of Finance says it's 80,000.
Okay, so what's the difference between 6 and half a dozen? How much did they meet it? See, governance is not about theory. Nobody wants to know what you're facing as a government. People want to be able to live decent lives. See, we have not asked anything extraordinary of this government. Nothing. We have not asked them to take us to the moon and back. We just ask for basic things: good roads, water, electricity. See, basic things that make human beings survive. They've not been able to fill any of them. In every sector of our national lives, they've ensured that they milk the citizens to the level where citizens can hardly breathe. Look at electricity. Look at electricity. Look at telecommunications. Why is government picking so much from these people onto itself? Why are you? See, I've given up on Tinubu. It cannot change. He did the same thing in Lagos. He's an emperor. He will conquer everything. I am not disappointed in Tinubu.
Do you think he can be defeated?
Absolutely, but it will take more than just campaigns and just going to the polls.
But you're a big fan of coalition. You started calling for a coalition even before any party had that concept under the umbrella.
As far back as 2023.
In fact, I recall that you blame Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and anybody who had some grandstand if you're not coming together well enough.
Yes.
Do you think it's too late to do that?
No, it isn't. But my only fear now is Tinubu is bad. Tinubu is horrible as a president. He's beyond a failed president. If there's anyone, he's catastrophic. That is a given, right? Now, with the actions of the coalition, I'm beginning to actually sit back and ask myself,
do you mean the ADC
this
coalition?
new coalition now, these people, if you truly have the interest of this country at heart, there is no ambition that is big enough for you, or that is bigger than the interest of the country. There is no ambition you should not be able to shelve to save this country from the APC. So whether it's Atiku, whether it's Peter Obi, whether it's Rotimi Amechi, whether it's El-Rufai, whether it's Peter Obi, whether it is Jonathan, These men need to know that they first of all need to save Nigeria from the APC first before you now start talking about your personal ambition. They do not realize the danger ahead.
Are you saying they're all the same from your perspective?
No, what I'm saying is they are all going for it. Nobody wants to subsume their own ambition into the larger good. Nobody wants to let go. Nobody wants to compromise. Nobody wants to sacrifice. This one is insistent. For those I've spoken to quite a number of them. This one wants to run. Peter Obi is not ready to do vice to anybody. Atiku is already this one. Amechi is this one. See,
do you think they're aware of each other standing enough to even understand, to come into a room to deliberate? Because it's one thing for them to have voiced reasoning, to say, this is why I want to do so. Some people say you should throw in a consensus, some level of consensus, right? Once you see that somebody has a superior argument or is in a superior position to you. But do you think they've met long enough for them to be able to judge who should possibly be in the forefront of the coalition?
For now, a couple of days ago, I called some, some national leaders, non-partisan, right?
Okay.
I spoke to them while I was in the night, from the north, from the southeast, from the southwest, about 6 of them, people that are national figures, that are respected by leaders across board. I called them. Only one person had opposed my suggestion. What I said was, sirs, is it possible for all of us, 7 of us, to visit Jonathan, visit Atiku, visit Peter Obi, visit Rotimi Amechi? This was just few days ago, not up to a week, that I made this call, and it is in the pipeline. So beyond us coming on social media, and
why did the person decline? I'm curious.
The person that declined,
yes,
apparently he has a candidate.
Okay,
that you understand. So he wouldn't want his candidate to, and this is part of what I'm saying. If you're not ready to make sacrifices, I didn't have any candidate for the election, and it was deliberate. I couldn't go against Peter Obi for obvious reasons. I couldn't go against Atiku. Do you know why? These 2 gentlemen in 2019, and this is the first time I'm making this public. In 2019, I spent my resources, blood. If I did not share T-shirts and face cap of Atiku Obi in this town, in this Abuja, I shared over 5,000. Publicly, pictures, videos, everywhere. I transported people from the north to the southeast in trucks. I put my life on the line for that election, for Peter Obi, for Atiku and Peter Obi. So you get, when we got home, I was in the village. They postponed the election. So the people that I brought to extend the money that I was giving them to feed and everything, it cost me a lot.
To be clear, you moved them to the southeast so they could.
They are from the southeast. They are based in different parts. So they just came. They just needed aid, transportation, and everything. So we took care of that. And the election came. They did whatever they did and we left. So in 2023, the 2 gentlemen that I fought with my life for now decided to go their separate ways. I wasn't going to choose any of them. It's either both of them together or none of them at all. Because I campaigned with everything in me, and I was sincere in that campaign. They were going to rescue this country. Atiku and Peter Obi, they were a better alternative to Buhari. So, and none of them became to power between 2019 and 2023. So there was no reason for me to criticize any of them or to start campaigning against any of them. So I stood with them in 2019. I had no reason, because none of them had done anything negative between 2019 and 2023. So there was no way in my own good conscience I could campaign against any of them. Because if I had taken Atiku, I would have campaigned against Peter Obi. If I had taken Peter Obi, I would have campaigned, and I don't operate that way.
Why not?
For goodness sake, okay, so what would I have stood for?
People do it.
Let them continue. There's a reason why some of us have remained in opposition since these APC people came on board. There's a reason why we have refused to vote. There's a reason why we can't even go. Do you understand? So anybody can be. It's fine. I don't have issues. I have a couple of friends who have left the PDP, who have left the opposition, have gone to join APC. No harms. We still hang out. We are still friends. But on ideals, on values, I can't find myself operating in certain.
So you describe yourself as consistently an opposition to the APC, irrespective of the political party that may come along down.
No. If the APC is doing well, why not? But in my state, you have Abga, and
that would be Anambra State.
That's Anambra State, and Soludo is the worst mistake we've made in recent times.
How so?
It's a fantastic failure.
Why?
Oh God. Soludo is so fantastic in his failure that sometimes I'm beginning to wonder, is a professor. The young man in Enugu is not a professor, right? Pitamba. Compare the achievement of the both of them.
But those 2 states have 2 different dynamics. And Anambra State did go under Peter Obi for a while, and the economic elevation and many other things did follow too. Soludo is former CBN executive.
I asked a simple question.
Yeah.
This governor,
yes,
in fact, this present crop of governors across board have received times 3, times 5 of the resources that came to other governors that came before them. Tell me one thing cerebral, one thing solid that Soludo has done.
So you don't think he has done anything?
I'm not saying I think. I want you to give me.
I don't know. I don't follow his politics.
Because he hasn't done anything. He's so mediocre that I saw my governor on live TV. He was abusing a female aspirant, the deputy governorship aspirant, and doing, what those market women used to do.
Yeah,
and telling somebody it's not possible that this AI. That's a professor. That's a man who was supposed to embed the ideals of responsible leadership.
Let me look up politics over 2K.
My brother. Peter Obi ruled that same state.
And was described as a very strong intellectual.
You did not
out of touch with the
you did not hear him going to the market to say, ooh, to go and be bantering word and telling a woman, your child is not your child. Gutter politics. Soludo, because of Soludo, I've not gone home in 4 years. Because of the failure of Soludo.
Is failure or threat to you? What do you mean?
It can't be a threat to me. It can't stop me from mentioning my state. I've never seen that. No, please don't get me in that mood. Who is Soludo to stop me from coming to my state? There is 1 million of you can't try it. It's not possible. My own state. His name is not Anambra now. He's a member of Anambra the same way I'm an indigenous of the state. He cannot. If he tells me today not to come, that's the day that I will buy my flight ticket and fly. Do you understand? I'm saying my own place because of insecurity. The last time I stepped foot in my village was 2021. Because what? We have a governor that is more interested in doing market women banter. Shameless. Ah, God. Even Obiano, in all his drunkenness, will never have descended that low. So Ludo, see, this campaign, I thank God because I've detached myself. And gradually, we are detaching from the whole system because, look at all of us in this studio, we're not even ready. We are not even able to assert our own right as citizens.
Well, come to think of it, I did see you, in August, and I say see you in August, meaning some of your tweets from the month of August. You laid claim to the fact that you're on sabbatical or you're in some sort of break away from politics.
Yes.
But I also do see that a lot of the things you envisioned in terms of coalition, for example, candidates, umbrella, people merging, people leaving parties, ideologically for any other beef or reason, they seem to be what ideally you described as what the vision of an opposition party should be like. Don't you think this is the moment where you should actually put out more of your vision and be glorified in it?
See, when the ADC was launched in June, the buzz was there, the fire. Everybody caught it. I spoke to a couple of the presidential aspirants. I spoke to people were gingered. People Nigerians were finally we can find people that will engage the Tinubu government because Tinubu's government has been having a free hand since 2023. What did I expect the ADC to do that they didn't do? They are going the way of PDP, the way of press release opposition. It doesn't work with these people in Aso Rock. Press release cannot remove Tinubu. Please quote me today, quote me 10 years' time. Press release cannot remove these demons in Aso Rock. They won't go. It is only in Nigeria that the president will illegally, unconstitutionally declare a state of emergency and remove a sitting governor that has the same mandate like him. And the opposition will be writing press statements. No.
But that's always been the pattern of the PDP, even when you had proxy to the leaders of the PDP.
And I'm telling you, the reason why I gave up on PDP was, I'm telling them, see these people, this is how to engage these guys. Are you people scared?
How would you have engaged if you're
my brother,
a principal?
If I was, let's not even say chairman of a political party, and please don't think I'm very young. I am too old to even be the chairman of a political party if we were living in a decent society. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand that, governor.
I'm in my mid-40s. I'll be 50 in a couple of years. So there is absolutely no reason for, maybe the stature is small or anything, but it's fine. If I were the youth leader, let's say that's the smallest position in the party, me, Henry Shield, if I was the youth leader in PDP or ADC or whatever, believe me to say, Tinubu will not, this tax he wants to bring in January, he will not try it.
What's wrong with the tax, by the way?
Thank you. Very beautiful question. Let me tell you what is wrong with the tax. The money we used in buying that yacht, the president bought, was it budgeted for?
No, I didn't see it in any line.
God bless you. The private jet he bought, the presidential jet he bought, was it budgeted for? The $150 million he used to buy that plane, was it budgeted for? No. Now let me tell you what is wrong with the tax. You are putting the horse before the cart, right? The first thing is to set up a system that holds public officials accountable to the people. I will not give. Have you seen your FIRS chairman? This is his convoy. Do you know what the man has been doing with resources around? Let me tell you, we are in a rush. That's not the first thing. Control taxing is not the first thing. First thing is system. Get the system that makes sure that you, as a councillor, as a local government chairman, as a commissioner, as a governor, senator, whatever, public funds in your custody. They are something that I can sit down here in this studio, use my phone and access and know how much you have spent and what you spent them for.
Transparency.
Do you understand? Not at your own, not by your wish. Not like, let me decide on what to give them. No. A system that makes it impossible for you to take my money because it's my tax. The reason why you've not had it up to now, do you know why? Because we're relying on oil money. But now that you want to remove from people's salaries, earnings, man, you've got to account for it. So the first thing is not for us to go and say tax. Now, can you tell me today what budget we are running?
That's the description for it is that it's complicated.
See, I came here honestly out of immense love and respect for you. I won't do anything. I'm tired. Tinubu is announcing tax 5 months ahead. You know why? Because he knows there's nothing any of you can do. If it were in a civilized society, he would not try. God. There's no opposition to him, and the citizens are tired. The citizens are feeling they are acting defeated, conquered. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And there's nothing. Tinubu will have a free ride. Do you know if Tinubu wants to go for third time, he will get it.
Obasanjo tried it. It didn't work out. Why do you think
I didn't mention Obasanjo.
That's the only person that comes to mind that's tried it.
I said,
talked about it.
I'm asking you now, with the current realities on ground today,
You think he will get
if
it?
Tinubu wants a third term, he will get it. How? All the states are currently under him. Are you not seeing what's going on in your country?
So you think the citizens don't voice, or should I say the position don't matter?
The citizens they can't assert themselves. Why should a man come and meet fuel at 140 and take it to 1,000 and everywhere is quiet? Why? Do you understand what I'm saying? A man comes in, meet a liter of fuel at 145 naira. Let's even say 200 naira. Right? And he charges it up to 1,000. And everywhere is so calm. There's no government in the world that can give you that 500% increase in fuel. So, and you can fast check me.
I do hear you.
Do you know what is going on? They've compromised practically everyone. The media. And I'm not sorry, I know you're in the media. I'm not sorry to say it.
No, it's fine.
They've compromised the media, they've compromised civil society, they've compromised the student union, they've compromised youth groups, they've compromised the religious leaders, traditional leaders. This man has compromised everything. Security, electoral empire, he has compromised everything. So, you are calling him president. I see him as an emperor. His Royal Majesty, King Tinubu, because what he wants goes. Do you see state governors groveling before this man? This is not how a state is run.
But some opposition, people who have stayed in opposition, even still admire his politics. I mean, I could give an example of Nyesom Wike, who is still a member of the PDP and who is possibly undecided on who would lead. For example, around whether he should back somebody like former President Jonathan, who people are saying, oh, come back or don't come back. But you find somebody like Nyesom Wike, who has stayed long in the PDP, who still admires his politics and works with him.
If you want to talk about politicians, I would rather we don't talk about Wike. Wike is not a politician. Wike is someone who is using the system. And I don't blame him because the Nigerian system allows itself to be used. In saner climes, would you see a Wike in public office? Be sincere.
A couple of people will say it's being inclusive of the opposition.
You mean the president?
Yes, if he has an opposition party member, because that's the perspective I've heard.
Fantastic. So why is he not being inclusive of the citizens on the street? Why is he not putting them into consideration? Why does he not consider what a parent with 2 kids, 3 kids has to go through to pay school fees, to pay house rent, to buy foodstuff, to buy clothing, to feed? That should be what a leader should be worried about. See, you're a president. What should bother you should be, if I walk on the street today without my security, will people applaud me? Let Tinubu walk in Wuse Market without security in the evening. Do you know how many people this man has destroyed their businesses, their livelihoods? You're bringing different policies, and not one policy is making life easier for citizens. In what world? I used to fly to London, 180,000. Return ticket on BA. Not going through any country. Direct from Abuja to Heathrow, I used to go 180,000, and it was not economy. So don't think it was the base. I think economy was 150 or something. I used to go like 180,000 just a couple of years ago. I went to the king of my village, called us for a meeting in Oka recently, and I flew from Abuja to Anambra. My return ticket was over $500,000 there. Do you understand?
I do know those
now.
numbers, they're familiar.
Why should we be flying within Nigeria? Okay, so imagine that as I went, only me spent about 560 or 530, I can't remember. Imagine that I had like my wife and 3 kids. So that's 500 times what? Times 5. That's, do you understand what I'm saying? Flying within your own country. These guys have messed up. See, I've shouted enough. You want to know why I'm not at the forefront of making sure that, because you are alone in this fight. You are alone. You're asking your leaders, you're asking some of these political leaders, are you people not seeing the danger ahead? Okay. Tinubu is impoverishing Nigerians with his policies. You remove first subsidy. Where is the money? Say it. Where? Do you understand? Oh, you're sharing it with 36 state government. So you are telling me that the reason 200 million Nigerians are in pain is because you want to satisfy 36 people. That's nonsensical approach to governance. You tighten the belt on 200 million people to make 36. And you know the funny thing, those 36 people are unaccountable to anybody. So it's not like you are giving them the money and monitoring them and ensuring that the money goes to the people. You are giving them the money. You are not turning to the citizens you have impoverished with your crass policy. And you're asking those citizens, go and hold them accountable. Please, when are we, like some of us who are maybe enlightened, exposed, when are we going to have a round table to decide what to do with this country? Because the way this is currently going on is not how a country is run.
Do you think if former President Goodluck Jonathan, I mean, you talked about being very difficult to choose between Abubakar and Peter Obi's situation if they were to run again. But there are talks about Goodluck Jonathan coming back into
which is a very fantastic choice, by the way. You know why? It is still the turn of the South, according to the gentleman agreement in the national polity. And Jonathan wouldn't go more than 1 term.
He can't.
Do you understand? That's what I'm saying. That's number one. Number two is he has been there before. And comparing his tenure to these guys in power today is like comparing sleep and death. Totally different. Under Jonathan, a bag of rice was less than 10,000. Oh, we free up money. You did not free up any money. You remove subsidy to share it with your 36 cronies. Please stop telling us the nation cannot afford it. We can't afford it. But all of you have become billionaires. You are building it. Please. A government must always engage in activities that makes life easier for its citizens.
I don't know that.
I don't understand. Didn't he do it before?
He said he would be missed, but even at the time,
Did he not do it before? Do you know what happened to Jonathan?
He described himself as being abused.
Do you know what happened to him? These guys in power today, they used the media effectively but destructively to destroy Jonathan. Nothing else. Yes, there were some bad eggs in Jonathan's government, just like there will always be in every government.
Certainly.
You understand. But the man had good intentions. Jonathan, if there was first capacity in 1 week, 2 weeks, Jonathan wanted the minister to go and address the public. Do you understand? He made sure when they shouted about Stella Udua, what did he do? Do you get what I'm saying? He wasn't ready. He did not see power. He did not see Aso Rock as is a milocom. It's my own. He saw it as belonging to the people of Nigeria. He saw power as belonging to Nigerians.
Okay, because we press for time.
There is no way you will compare Jonathan to Tinubu. Number one is Jonathan does not have any conviction of drugs in the US. Jonathan is not a drug. He doesn't push drugs. Do you understand what I'm saying? You cannot, if you bring credentials today, democratic credentials, you cannot. Tinubu is. Do you know there are some people that did the answers that are still in prison up to now? This government is provoking the citizens, and I am praying maybe some of you will join us and eventually wake up so that we can go and meet the government and confront the government and tell the government that enough is enough. People are dying. Economists, which economy is speaking? If economy is speaking, you don't need to say it now. You don't need my dollar. $10,000 is still 15 million. $10 used to be 1.8 million naira. So there is no way that there is no area that this government has done better than the people they use the media to crucify.
It's interesting you do bring that up, but you know the dynamics. At the National Assembly level, some have described them as rubber stamp. But I just want to push you on one area, which is states creation as it relates to the Southeast. Right? It looks like there's been a resolution for states to be created in other regions, but the Southeast has always been very delicate in saying we want to be more than 5 states, and they say to give them a chance, when it comes to national politics. And okay, what's your take on state creation, or whatever state to be created?
Well, I think a state should be created for the Southeast to make it up to 6 and be at par with 4 others, even excluding one other one that has 7. But at least it makes it, because for now it just has 4 states, so they're limited by numbers of governors, number of senators, and everything. But beyond that, state policies must also favor the Southeast. Let's not mouth it. Let's act it. Do you see Tinubu's appointment? They are so. I'm not sure that guy in Aso Rock. I'm not sure he was the one that claimed to have fought for June 12 or to have fought for democracy under the military. But this one here now is worse than Abacha. He is chronic in his parochialism. Chronic, undiluted. He's unfettered. He's shameless. Doesn't care what you people say. Bring 1,000 appointments that Tinubu has made today. Over 950 of them are from his people. A so-called Democrat. Shit, they just deceive you people. These guys I don't want to say they're frauds.
But that's the same way every other president.
Which person?
Accused of appointments.
Which other president was accused of apart from Buhari?
No, who else? Another exception has always been Jonathan. That Jonathan has never been looked at.
Obasanjo too was not looked at as that. Obasanjo was a Yoruba man. Please. It is just the thing of APC. There's nothing that's why that party needs to be incinerated. Completely incinerated. APC's policies have kept Nigerians poor. If you go to a polling unit today and give someone, do you know this last by-election? This last one. Do you know some people voted for 200 naira? That's how stop the minds of the people have been made. I'm not saying 2,000.
200 naira.
100 naira in 2. Some people voted because of 200 naira. Hunger. So when you see all these their policies and they start singing nonsense anthem, World Bank, International, please, we know what you're trying to do. Impoverish everybody so that any little thing you drop will keep you in perpetuity in power. Nothing else. Because why should the government hate its own citizens like this? Why should any president, you so much dislike your own citizens that you don't care? Any small thing, baby steps for pain. Baby steps. Okay, you know they feel pain. See the man's cheeks, everything has blown out. You're rubbing so much nonsense on our face. So much nonsense. You're buying what? Building houses, 24 billion. Have you heard of that before? Please, how much is the White House worth? The US government has how much is it worth? Do you guys know what these people are doing? But it seems I'm the only one that. So I'm tired. Let me focus on
my. Interested in joining other people who have the same fire like you.
Absolutely. Why not? That's the only thing I'm waiting for. In fact, let me tell you why I stopped going to protest. The day myself, Shewore, and a couple of other friends. That was October 1st, 2022. I think 2020. Yes, under Buhari. That day, Buhari had gotten to the level where he was intimidating everybody, harassing the National Assembly. You understand that Saraki was sitting president. He was already harassing them and everything. We just sat down like, we need to confront this guy. Me, if we say we're doing protest, I'm not the type that you bring on and I'll tell you I'm running. I'm not running anywhere. Like, hey, we're doing protest. That's why the last protest I did. Somebody said, why will you point where you say? I said, what can they do? Say, we can do what? Please, see, if I'm a slave, you won't hear me talk like this. As long as I am a citizen, a taxpaying citizen, okay, there is nobody I cannot look in the face and say what I'm saying. So that day, we announced it all over social media. People were eager, who come, who do it, blah, blah. People, local and national people were going to come. Fine. So we drove down to the US Embassy. That was where we scheduled to have the protest. When we got there, we were less than 200. After all the, we were less than 200. So we started singing and everything. Almost less than 10 minutes after we got there, see trucks of mobile policemen. Two of my personal staff. See truckload of mobile policemen. They were not threatening us with guns. You know what we did? Here. We die here. Okay, we sat down on the floor and we dared them to shoot us. We're not going anywhere. I still have the pictures on my phone. We sat down there between the US Embassy and if you're going towards just in front of the US Embassy, the road that goes to the road. We sat down right in front of that place and we dared them to shoot us. Omoye is once now. Because if you don't challenge these guys, they are not there for you. A man who goes and compromises INEC, engages thugs, bribes everybody, he is not getting power for your good. He cannot go through all that nonsense because of you. So it doesn't have your own intentions. It doesn't have your interest rather at heart. That's why we need to force them to do it. So after the whole thing, and then we submitted our letter to the US Embassy and to the US government, and because we petitioned against Buhari to the White House. So we left. After we left, on our way out, I just told you already, this is the last protest I will ever come out for until Nigerians are ready to eat the street. Because see what is happening. See what happened in Nepal. See what is happening across the world. Young people are stepping out to hold leaders accountable, to tell leaders that the money in your hand belongs to us. Do you know what these guys are doing? Nigeria is an oil-producing country. Compare us to Saudi Arabia. Compare us to Dubai. Is there any? Do you understand? And it's the same oil. The same oil. Do you know where our money is? It's in their private bank account. You will see a Nigerian graduate cannot boast of 1 million in his account. Meanwhile, some of these guys are giving their girlfriends $10,000 every month. And you're telling me that this country is a country that you're supposed to be quiet and just see. I don't know if you should have brought me up, but I am honestly tired. Because you can't be the only one shouting and shouting and shouting and shouting. The worst part is the opposition leaders are so timid. Because why should you even accept that a government, an irresponsible government, should be implementing a new tax policy or regime? A government that cannot even defend its own budget. A government that cannot defend the monies in its own custody. A government that you don't know where money is coming from. You don't know what they are doing with your fund. And they are giving you 5 months notice that they will do a new tax this thing. And all of you are keeping quiet as opposition. Okay? I expect that by now, Tinubu will be discussing that, okay, let's hold it. We're not going to do it again in January. That was what they did to Jonathan. With the first subsidy removal of January 2012. They stood their ground until Jonathan stepped back. That is what is called opposition. This one, what are they saying? They release press statement. Who is reading nonsense press statement? Is it my mother in the village? Or who is reading press statement? I say, enter street. They've gotten away with too much. Too much. These guys have gotten away with too much. They're telling you that we cannot lose a case in court. Do you know what that means? In a democracy, that there is a minister that cannot lose a case in court. And you people still think we are citizens? No. We're deceiving ourselves that we're citizens. Because if we were citizens, no judge would dare to favor any politician against the law. Dare. Nobody. They will not even dare it to give ridiculous judgment to protect the interests of some people. Some people went to court over rivers. Supreme Court refused to sit on that case until the thing elapsed. Supreme Court.
Mr. Henry Shields, thank you so much for being with us on Volume with Family Life. Grateful to you. As always, you've always made your views strongly known and clear, and we appreciate that. We do hope that someday, somewhere, there are lessons to be learned and lessons to build on, even with your perspective as we have. Thank you so much for watching in, and that's Volume with Family Life for today. Grateful to everyone who's watched. Leave your comments, leave your...
Una don hear o. Aha. Una don hear am. Sorry o. Guys, please continue to double tap the screen to like Muna no vex. It's a very sad situation. Hey, I remember 2009, my round trip ticket from Abuja to New York was 160k. Can you imagine? Can you imagine 160,000 from, hey God. Tinubu is a king. If he wants 4th term, he will get it. I'm scared for my daughter's future in this country. For the first time in my life, I'm scared for her. Then I'm scared of buying. I don't even know what to say to that. Thaddeus. You know why? I don't know what to say. Because at the same time, it's inevitable. Everybody's going to go one way or the other. You cannot be afraid. Or what you need now is to this is the moment for truth for everybody. Everybody need to stand up, they speak truth. Now go deliver this country, not be fear. Your fear is not going to do anything. I'm telling you. Person fear kpai, you no fear kpai. You talk, you kpai. Talk, you don't kpai. So you have to choose one, you know. So don't be afraid though, because what you fear, fear is an energy. You don't want to invite it in. Don't be afraid. Do what you can, do the best you can, and leave the rest. That's it. If you never reach your time, you never reach your time. You know. We are in deep mess. We are. That's why I say Nigeria needs a reset. Nigeria is desperately in need of a reset. It's reset. Honestly, we cannot continue like this. It almost feels like Tinubu is clueless. He doesn't know what to do. The only people is the people around him that are trying to create some type of activity. That guy is clueless. He doesn't know. He's in shock. That guy is not. He don't tire. He self don't tire. He's overwhelmed because guess what? He not get mouth. Now Gumi they speak for him. Now dem put am for there now. He bought the presidency from them. So he can't say anything. Look at them. Sultan is going to meet. Sultan that they are calling internationally now that he should come and account. He should come and talk. Eh? So a reset is inevitable. A reset is inevitable. There's no way around it at all. Tinubu has destroyed the country completely. Perhaps it's karma for Nigeria, for all the things that have been going on that people, and you will see people, instead of them to speak the truth, they will not speak. Everybody is going to hide under the bed. Everybody is too afraid to speak. That's why we are where we are. Too afraid to speak. All the people that have been too afraid to speak, some of them are no longer with us today. You see, every day you wake up is an opportunity for you to use your voice. I'm telling you, use your voice, do what you can. There's no other way around it. Your fear is not going to it's not going to postpone any evil day. If you fear it, you just fear into the evil day. That's just the difference. You understand? Fear is, it's normal, it's natural to be afraid of what you don't know, but silence of the people is worse. Look at your pastors, your big pastors, your Adeboye coming out and saying Khan told him. So you are waiting for somebody to tell you that something is wrong before you speak. So what are you preaching? I don't understand. What are you preaching? Which preach you they preach? New leaders, there's a desperate need for new leaders to emerge right now. The people that will emerge, we don't know who their names yet. We don't know who they are. They will emerge and you will see. There's a desperate, I don't know who is besides Peter Obi. I don't understand. This is the time that opposition should even ramp up. I don't understand what they are doing. I don't understand. This is golden opportunity right now for opposition to really rise up and do what they need to do. Instead, now the citizens they talk, and you say you want to come. I mean, I don't know. For me, the leader when go take advantage of this moment needs to be somebody that is iron fisted, iron made inside the heart, but also benevolent. Now we need for Nigeria. That system needs to be reset. We cannot continue like this. No child deserves this life that is in Nigeria. No child. No child though. We need to bring down the terrorist government. Exactly. Gumi is now the one talking for your government. Gumi is on his way to Turkey. Don't they run go Turkey? He said the terrorists, they be children. They be their children. May they not touch them. When are not here. Everybody is now being exposed in Nigeria. Make Trump hurry up. My own action I want to see. Honestly, I just want action to take place. Nigeria is overdue for it. Since you people don't want to live by justice, by truth, you don't want to lead with empathy, you don't want to lead by caring. We're not always like this. We used to be people who cared for our neighbors. After all, we had ECOMOG. Our soldiers were the best in Africa. If they wanted to go and bring about peace in a country, now soldiers that they sent, that is gone. That is gone. I beg. Exactly, Atlantic. You speak, you talk, you buy. You no talk, you buy. So you fear, you buy. You no fear, you buy. The same buy. How can we get to the grassroots to change their slavery mentality? Because imagine what happened in Anambra. My sister, na reset oh. I don't think any education is going to change those people's mindset. The problem we have is all over the country. Anambra's election has just proved it even more. It's all over the country, the problem we have. Eh? So, hey, everybody is waiting for Donald Trump to come and deliver us. Well, Nat, what do you suggest? Everybody is waiting. What do you suggest? Are you ready to take the front line? How much have you been able to do? With all the protests here and there, how much has it achieved? The show wey they not try to protest the other day, not be gun and machines, not be they take drive them. Eh? Make the show wey they go kill himself because of people. So it's not about waiting for Trump. What do you suggest? This terrorism has been going on for 20 years. What have your people done? What have you done? If it's going to take a Donald Trump, then so be it. Since the father of the house has plenty children, all the children have been crying, they listen. Outsider don't come now, one step in. Let the outsider come in. If it's going to stop one life from being taken, I am for it. Life is more important than any resources ever. With all the resources, how has it benefited the people? How? Yes. We are waiting for Donald Trump to come. Yes. Do you have any other option? Is there any other option? With all the people that have died in Nigeria, in the millions, we are not at war. You want more people to buy? If you are ready to take the front row, no problem now, and you have people that will follow you. You shall see all the protests that have tried to, in Benue, they try to protest the unalive. What do? They use police, they use DSS, they use heavy security to dispel them. In all the places that they've been crying, they've tried. Even the women have gone naked. When we say woman naked, that's the end. They go away naked, they humiliate them with their nakedness. Buy the ones where they won't buy. Every part of the country, when they don't try to arrest, when they don't try to protest, they've been silenced with violence. Please tell me, how do you intend something that has been on ground? I mean, you cannot say you are not aware of the terrorism. It has been going on for almost 20 years, if not more. Okay, so why have you not gathered yourself since then? Why now? I beg, my brother, rest. See, Donald Trump should come. Let everybody wait for him. We've lost enough souls, enough. So since you have the clue, put the clue forward for us. Since you know it all. Me, I don't know. Now the one I know, so now I talk. My own, make it send the military, make them come, because none of you guys have the balls. If you had the balls, we will not be here. Okay? So the man with the balls had decided, I'm not going to sit aside and let this happen, so I'm going to do it. Let him come and do it. I am waiting for him. His name is Harry Shield, Nasiru. Harry Shield, this one that you're spamming. Why do you want to know his name? Yeah, extraordinary situations demands extraordinary measure. That's true. His name is Henry Shield, Nasiru. Hey, wow. Opposition players are still plotting. But this is the time for opposition leaders to ramp up. Oh my God. Imagine if it was T-Pain this one was happening. No, I'm disappointed though, heavily. This is the time for you to show real leadership. What do you have to lose? Everything is bare. We don't crash. So what do you have to lose? This is the time to talk so that people will hear your voice. Anyway. Let me share my link so that you people can. I know so now I want to talk. Let me do this. Let me share my link. He said the bandits should be exactly with empathy that they are human beings. My sister, I said Gumi now can be president of Nigeria now. Gumi, hey, I beg go. Now Gumi can be president. The man don't run go Turkey. Issa Pantani, I see him with bag. I don't know where they travel go. He don't go meeting people to go give account. Say yes, we are doing it. What a shame. This is where we have gotten to in Nigeria. Is it not a shame? Eh? Guys, please continue to double tap the like as you enter. Double tap the like. I'm sorry, I'm about to share my link. Guys, bear with me. See how they react. I'm telling you, the moment Trump put only a statement from Trump says that they shake up and down like a jellyfish, like jello. Then they panic. They panic up and down. I beg. Only one tweet from a man like them, a man like them, that they shake. Only one tweet from a man. I've shared my link. Anybody want to enter? Okay, enter. I just responded to you, Nasiru. What you they take the man name do? You they spam my comment section, no? Eh? Kilo day. Okay. If you want to enter or if you want to share your thoughts, I've shared my link. So whoever wants to make it come, add your thoughts. I'm not going to be here for long. If you want to make any contributions, just come in. I'm going to wait for a few minutes and then call it a day. Oh, wait, Tracy, wait you talk. Sorry, I'm just catching. Trump must do some to shake them a bit. Then opportunist politicians can exploit, but they're too selfish, greedy, and can you guys get it straight? Donald Trump is talking about the terrorists, not Nigerians. Exactly, right? I don't have a problem with. Okay. The thing is that the Northerners don't want to oppose Tinubu because they know that the more he destroys the nation, the more they can come in to completely take over without opposition. The terrorists, but if you're a smart politician, exactly, you would jump on it and expand your reach to fight T-Pain and APC. Thank you, Guy Wanlele. This is what I'm talking about. This is an opportunity right here, golden opportunity. Even if we want to argue that, oh, there's no opposition in the real sense, but do something. Don't just fold your hand. If na only talk you want talk. Tracy, you want talk something? ADC, APC are not serious opposition. They are not. No real and clear strategy, nothing. Even LP. Yeah, I was going to bring that. Let me bring that on, actually. Thanks for reminding me about that, actually. Babashir Lawal, I think he was in Channels. Let's see. Yeah. I thought I saw a clip of it. So I was like, okay, let's see.
Completely untried and tested, but
Okay. I hope they cut it out. Hello.
Good evening. I'm just calling.
Good evening. No, you know, enter StreamYard again. I shared my link.
I don't know what I do. I don't know. I didn't click on
You know the few enter. Oh.
Sure, whether you block me because of my bad voice.
No, why I go block? No, now. No, I don't block you.
I tried the other day. I don't be it. I tried that.
That's really weird, though. You offend. Be like say you offended for StreamYard, though.
I don't know. Be
like say make you write petition to StreamYard. Say StreamYard, I can't talk wetin I do.
My bad voice is not ready to burn me, sir.
No.
The wicked voice. Maybe the teacher the wicked.
Maybe, okay, maybe the teacher be wicked, true. Because wicked now, people they vex for wicked, so it's possible. Anything that sounds like wicked, they'll say no.
All of their calls were so full.
Well, I'm telling you.
I don't get against. I listened to the last guy. The guy was spot on, right?
Yeah.
From beginning to the end, the guy was spot on.
Okay.
Listen to your team. This criminal wants to talk any, even for 10 you go get him. Because if you look at the things, all you need to do now just about you. See, the guy don't pocket everybody. National Assembly is not there.
Mm-hmm.
The difference between military and dictatorship and civilian before, that National Assembly and courts, right?
Mm-hmm.
The military court, they will suspend constitution. They will begin to use their decrees, they rule, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So when a democracy comes, we'll get National Assembly as representative of the people. As all of us not go fit pack, go Abuja, go stay.
Right.
Each region will nominate person to go represent our interest. But today, National Assembly, the Senate, this guy pocket. House of Rep, they in pocket. Oh, governors be like he has voice. Police, they in a errand boy from since 1999, the police IG. Courts, the Wike and the wife take control of courts. So INEC, they their pockets. All the vital institutions, they don't colonize them.
Thank you very much, Tracy. I appreciate.
So if you want top tenure, a matter of just changing the law. And National Assembly, they will even, in fact, they will even endorse them before you even make up your mind. So it's good to go. I think we the people, as I write for the comment section, we don't surrender our power. We don't surrender our sovereignty to these people. You know, we they talk of them that they buy people. Yes, they go buy people. Even the America, when everybody they don't go. You know the lives when they lose during the civil rights movement. You know what Martin Luther King faced from Mississippi. You know the killings, but the broad daylight when they open fire on all of them. So we know we don't lose life for if we challenge them. We see they lose life every day.
Right.
This one not different from Buhari. Not different from Buhari.
Yes.
This is different from Buhari. The investigation what they do under Buhari, when Buhari sit on, when he talks, say, nine brothers, any attack on Boko Haram, attack on the North, these guys supposed, at least the work was half done for T-Pain. If we don't stop that fight, if you don't want to act on the investigation when the local intelligence do for Nigeria, at least act on the one where they send for UAE.
Yes.
Arrest those people. Arrest those people. Call their supply chain of arms. We'll begin to pick the small ones. All those attack Fulani herdsmen. Nobody they buy those AK-47. They don't get money to they don't afford them. They get suppliers, they get sponsors. And somebody don't make the job easier for you by giving you the list of those
that are sponsoring them. You are not doing anything. You remove subsidy, make life miserable for Nigerians. You then give it to your fellow criminals at the state level. You then tell the people make a 30 minutes. The other day, tell them they go hold their governors responsible. How? Which people get to go hold their governors responsible? So you take it so much from the people, you then give it to your fellow criminals at the state level. Then they call for you, they come to your party. You then tell the people make they go to hell. The protest where we run from, now then we'll see go end up. I know you don't go like this one. The way thing we run from, that will confront what they confront us. We must somehow our courage to confront them one day. Or else we'll talk like this.
Not be protest. Anything need to happen now. The system need to reset. If Trump enter now, take out the terrorists, right? This is why I'm saying that leaders, now is the time for leaders to rise. All this opposition when they claim, say any one of them, I don't know them, right? So when people start to rise.
Now, people go attack and say, they hate. Now, make I even shock you. This little one now, when play two people, when they buy, they come see, they go protest. They begin to say, nah, hip-hop, nah, this, the person will lose election. And those not begin to deny. Yes, if you go report, that's true you talk, you don't lie. Then they kill your people, you go report, now you don't lie. So what have you done wrong? Why you deny? Say not be me, not be me. Mention that one because of where you for come. We're not ready. We're not ready for anything. We be like say, in fact, that we they give them fuel. Now we they put fuel for the fire when they burn us. When we ready, when everybody come to say enough is enough. These people they feel well. They not reach 1 million. And will be 230 million. People when they oppress us, they don't reach 1 million. They not reach 1 million. When people gather to say enough is enough, these people they go run. They go run
this not the if I thought that one go rise, this is the momentum that should be gathering.
Yes,
you understand what I'm saying? So in the process of gathering, that's why I'm saying leaders emerge for this type. This when things like this they happen, natural leaders go they come forward. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. Take advantage of the moment. It's not about politics anymore. Exactly.
They are fighting a lot.
Exactly.
It will be difficult to swallow everything at the same time.
Exactly. You understand? So that now me they talk about like if we they say okay like all the protests when they protest since then they always break their back. Either they go turn out to Igbo thing. They go immediately just throw Igbo. I didn't want a person's life or somewhere. I can't they talk. We they share, this whole Trump thing. Everybody has been some people are rattled and everything. So whether they know they read and understand and don't know, they talk. One of the just come up and say, hey, I knew you're an Igbo girl. Of course, Igbo people, that's how they talk. I just keep quiet. I just they look. So anything that anybody wants to do, they will just throw it. Once they throw that name in, those ones will not be busy to explain themselves, do this. This man has completely captured everywhere. The only solution, which is what you have said.
What is even bad? What is even bad in being truthful Igbo person? If Igbo man has the God to come and speak the truth,
exactly.
What is wrong with being
exactly. But you know that they use that Igbo to weaponize everything, right? So now, when people want so this is an opportunity since Donald Trump don't rattle them. All the leaders, emergent people supposed to pile on them immediately. You take advantage. People are supposed to be coming out because they go show say these people. Okay, look at what's happening. Them Gumi people come out, they protest for Abuja. Not one police in sight. They did their protest they have protection. So if other people come out, guess what? You go see machinery come out. You go see tear gas, guns. They go like in a war that they go fight. So
my sister, those things will always be there. Those things will always be there. We must look for a way to defy those things. See, make us shock you, my sister. You see, NSAS, right? NSAS was terrible. It was horrible. But do you know? They couldn't have done worse than what they did that night because they were already pushing blame. But why did not they deny? Lagos State government don't they deny? Because as horrible as that thing was, not be anything where they want to make international community see. They will do everything to cover it up. So they know what they do bad. So if we press further, we will overcome them. This is my point. Are they going to kill you? Bullets go come. tear gas go come, tear gas go come. But then, and they also know the limit. They know our limits. They push us more. They throw one or two tear gas, everybody will start, everybody will enter house. When we make up to boys, our mind to say, people go buy, but we need to achieve this. They go run, my sister. They go run.
Yeah,
They
but
know
when the morale of the people don't go, there's nothing you can do. The morale of the people is so, you know how many people they don't buy for Nigeria. I sure say you know. Millions. We are not at war.
My sister, protest or no protest, they buy us every day. They buy people every day. Protest or no protest.
But that's why I'm saying this is where I said the leaders ought to be emerging right now. That is exactly why I said that, because you need people that will galvanize. If you have a strong voice, come out right now and take advantage of this is an opportunity for anyone who's thinking, and you want to be remembered in the minds, conscious of the people, that this is the viable leader, this is the person we need. This is the time, because now that person ain't go come mobilize people, ain't go come ginger people, so that those people that are demoralized, because of everything that's happening, they will come get minds to come out. That's what I'm saying. This is where the leadership is needed.
This is a very strong point. This is different from what the argument we had the other time. Somebody will tell you, people don't need a leader. People that are suffering should just wake up from their slumber and start acting alive. We need a person, we need a leader, we need a organizer, we need a mobilizer, we need
a mobilizer, not necessarily, but it's a mobilizer with a strong voice that can carry people along. That is what is needed. And it doesn't have to be one. It can be a number of people that come out, and then everybody will converge at that point. Say yes. That's what we need right now. That's what is needed.
You just nail it. For people to tell you they never suffer, people will just wake up on their own, hit street. That will be a mode, a headless mode. But when they have organized leader leading at the front, the aim will be achieved in no distant time. I cannot take too much of your time.
Thank you. I appreciate. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Bye. So what's it called? Let me see. He said Tinubu used juju silence everybody. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Yeah. Sound collection is not only Igbos that are logical and truthful. When you make comments like this, it undermines the work of the people that have been doing it, regardless of whether they are Igbos. So don't be talking like that, I beg you. Respect to other people. There are a lot of truthful and logical people in that country, unfortunately, because they want to, anybody that speaks the truth, anybody that says something, they'll say Igbo. Why? Because they want to weaponize that name. I'm sure you don't like that. Okay? So the fact that you're always labeling anyone that comes out and names and says it's Igbo, right? There are Igbos that are liars. There are Igbos too that are not truthful. So please, let's keep it kosher. I beg. Not be battle of the tribes we did for you. I'm not interested in anybody's tribe. Can you stand for the truth? You can see a lot of people, a lot of Nigerians that stand for the truth, they are not Igbos. Even though they want to use Igbo because they want to weaponize Igbo. It's Igbo they want to use propaganda against. Does not mean it's only them. I beg. Now they start with you. Now they start this kind of rubbish talk. I beg. Now understand the 30 plus years. Wait if Nobu take plan this presidency now just to do propaganda. Do you know, I've been seeing on Twitter, they say, oh, Nigerian military just decimated 100 terrorists. And another one, they just decimated many terrorists. They not put number. People, they retweet, they say, gaslighting Pro Max. Show us videos, show us pictures. Nah, lie. Nigerians, eye don dey open. Everybody eye don open. I haven't seen anybody in this world who decided to rule solely based on propaganda. Tinubu is a wicked, very rotten soul. I'm telling you. Oh, let's listen to this guy's interview. Where is it? Yeah. So let's listen.
Petroleum Resources and former governor of
That they look for, they
Bayelsa
don't
State,
declare Timi Presiva wanted,
the
though.
statement signed by
They are
the
looking for him.
spokesperson of the EFCC, Mr. Dele Oyewale. The commission says Silva was wanted in connection with an alleged case of conspiracy and dishonest conversion of $14.859257 billion. It stated that the amount was part of the funds injected by the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, into Atlantic International Refinery and Petrochemical Limited for the construction of a refinery. The FCC says it secured a warrant for the arrest of the former minister at the Federal High Court sitting in Lagos on the 6th of November 2025. Let's tell you that the acting national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Mr. Omar Damagun, may be facing some very tough challenge over the planned convention of the People's Democratic Party, as some chairmen of the party in Imo and Abia State have since gone to before the NJC to petition the judge which sat on the matter, where the Oyo State court giving an ex parte order allowing the convention in Oyo State to hold. The chairman are asking NJC to look into the matter with a possibility of melting out a disciplinary measure on the judge for the court order, because there is a court ruling on the matter from a court of Federal High Court in Abuja.
12. We want to draw the attention of members of the People Democratic Party and the Nigerian public to a petition before Chief Justice of Nigeria and Chairman of the National Judicial Council, NJC, against Honorable Justice A.L. Akintola of the Oyo State High Court. The petition raises serious concerns over what is described as act of judicial recklessness, impunity, and flagrant violation of established legal processes by Justice Akintola, particularly in her decision to issue an ex parte order on November 4th, permitting the conduct of the PDP National Convention in Ibadan, slated for November 15 and 16, 2025.
More to talk about tonight. My guest is known as a very towering figure politically in Nigeria. He's played at the very highest level in our national governance in Nigeria. He's got some opinions about what is going on in Nigeria today. But I will be introducing my guest to you after we've served you with some of your political roundup stuff. So did this
Small business owner? No time. Let's go straight to the information.
We didn't even expect to come third. I mean, the issue was that the man was in the Labour Party. And I think it was when it was clear he was not going to get the ticket for Labour that he joined our party.
All right, Natu, I hear you.
And as a party, we had wished that we would have supported the Labour Party candidate, because, as you can see, before the Labour Party had finished their convention.
I don't know why.
And at that time, we were still in the process of the realignment. And it's one of the reasons why some of our leaders requested that we excuse them, because they had already committed to other elections, the off-cycle elections, and that when they finish those elections, they would join us fully. And it's on that basis that we excuse Mr. Peter Obi to go and continue the campaign
for the Labour Party candidate. And so, in spirit, we never was on our candidate, but be that as may, he wanted to contest on our platform, and he had the right to do so, and he did so.
But does that bother you in any way? This is a party, some of you had said that a lot of Nigerians are behind. Oh, it is a party of Nigerians against the ruling APC. And you see what happened in that state that is controlled by APGA, a state that literally only controls one, and a party that controls only one state in the country. Your party had of a possibility of 584,000 votes. Your party got 8,208 votes. Does it bother you that your party doesn't really have that kind of political weight?
It would have bothered me, Sean, if APC had won with all their federal might. They didn't do well either, did they? So our battle is the coming election in Nigeria versus APC, not APGA. APGA, everybody knows, is a traditional Anambra party since its foundation. Nobody has ever been able to displace them. So it's only a tradition that, and we did hear some rumors going around before the election that the man was going to support Bola Tinubu in the general election. So there was a deal behind the scenes. So I think APC found themselves in the same boat as us because they were supporting APGA and they had a candidate. So I think it's the issue of morality in the Nigerian politics that has pervaded everywhere. You know, you are in one party, but they are supporting the other party and so on. But in truth, we knew that we didn't.
You didn't stand a chance.
We didn't stand a chance because the candidate came in late. He was not very well known, but he was determined to contest, and so we let him be. But as you can see, there was no role whatsoever. There was no.
Sorry, guys. I don't understand what's happened. What the heck?
Omoye, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
That was very easy
So
for
here's
me.
a misconception.
Okay, so maybe you were not able to click. That's really weird.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Hello?
hear. Yeah, sorry.
Very well. Not that clear.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I can hear
somewhere
you. I
else.
want to play this video and then I'll let you guys
Of
talk.
course, sure.
Yeah, you guys. I can hear you. Thank you. Okay, so I don't know why is it like this. This is really weird. Okay, well, let's go ahead and listen.
I think it was when it was clear he was not going to get the ticket for Labour that he joined our party and picked the ticket. So, and as a party, we had wished that we would have supported the Labour candidate because, as you can see, before the Labour Party had finished their convention, and at that time we were still in the process of the realignment. And it's one of the reasons why some of our leaders requested that we excuse them because they had already committed to other elections, the off-cycle elections, and that when they finish those elections, they would join us fully. And it's on that basis that we excuse Mr. Peter Obi to go and continue the campaign for the Labour Party candidate. And so, in spirit, we never was on our candidate, but be that as may, he wanted to contest on our platform, and he had the right to do so, and he did so.
But does that bother you in any way? This is a party, some of you had said that a lot of Nigerians are behind. Oh, it is a party of Nigerians against the ruling APC. And you see what happened in that state that is controlled by APGA, a state that literally only controls one, and a party that controls only one state in the country. Your party had of a possibility of 584,000 votes. Your party got 8,208 votes. Does it bother you that your party doesn't really have
that kind of political weight.
It would have bothered me, Sean, if APC had won with all their federal might. They didn't do well either, did they? So our battle is the coming election in Nigeria versus APC, not ABGA. ABGA, everybody knows, is a traditional Anambra party since its foundation. Nobody has ever been able to displace them. So it's only a tradition that, and we did hear some rumors going around before the election that the man was going to support Bola Tinubu in the general election. So there was a deal behind the scenes. So I think APC found themselves in this because they were supporting ABGA and they had a candidate. So I think it's the issue of morality in the Nigerian politics that has pervaded everywhere. You know, you are in one party, but you are supporting the other party and so on. So, but in truth, we knew that we didn't.
You didn't stand a chance.
We didn't stand a chance because candidate came in late. He was not very well known, but he was determined to contest, and so we let him be. But as you can see, there was no role whatsoever. There was no input whatsoever from ADC in his campaign. There was no input. Maybe some friends here and there reported.
Does that validate the need and the necessity or the importance of political structure in an election?
It does not. The election is about the candidate. The structure only comes into the context where you expect to be rigged out, in which you need the boots on the ground to protect your votes. But
is that what has been the case since you joined politics? That structures are always used to rig elections?
Structures are used to rig elections. Structures are used to defend votes at the polling units.
Did you rig elections in APC when you guys won?
No, you know, probably, some people probably rigged, but at the level at which I was involved in the presidential election, so our candidate was not a candidate that would tolerate rigging.
Buhari wouldn't allow rigging?
No, I kept on reminding you on this. Buhari's position is he would say every election, SGF, let us respect Nigerian voters, let us respect their PVC, let us allow them go and cast their votes and be counted and announced. Even if that is the only legacy I will leave for Nigeria, I'll be willing to do so. Not once, not twice, anytime there is a major election, President Buhari would call me and tell me that. Because obviously I was the politician of the government, and if rigging was going to take place, it probably would be coordinated by me, but he wouldn't let me.
Oh, so they could use the office of the SGF to coordinate rigging?
Of course, yes. The office of the SGF, they say, is the engine room. It's everybody that is political appointee reports to the office of the SGF.
So there are those who say maybe they worked for Buhari, worked in the, you know what I mean, maybe Buhari was not aware.
You can't avoid that. You can't avoid that. I mean, you sit in Abuja, you pass on the instructions, somebody way back in a polling unit in Bayelsa State, you cannot... the thing with the politicians is that at that level, at the lower level, they don't care about rules. They don't care about what the federal government's position is. They don't care about what the INA position is. They want to win first. That's where the mantra comes that win and let them go to court. That's why it comes, because of course, if you can rig out millions of Nigerians, what are 5-6 judges?
So for some of you who say you went into the ADC with a primary objective of taking out Bola Tinubu.
Who said that?
So I said some of you. There are a lot of your colleagues in the ADC.
Yeah, you asked
their primary goal is that Bola Tinubu must go back to Lagos in 2027. Are you one of those?
No, I'm not. My own is more global than that. I mean,
what's your role?
Really, there's no point taking out Bola Tinubu if you are going to replace him with a more evil government. There's no point.
Is there an evil government?
He is, of course. It's evil.
Like the one you belong to?
Completely evil. Which one? Which one do I belong to?
You were part of the Buhari government.
No, the Buhari government was not this. Now, give me a break. Because Buhari is dead, everybody is...
No, I'm just asking a question, and I'm not passing any judgment, but I'm just asking you, if you describe Bola Tinubu government as an evil government, there are those who say, well, you have the same political party.
Look.
Maybe you are all evil.
No, wait, let's not argue about mundane things. When you classify something as evil, it's relative to what is not, isn't it? It is. So by calling them relative as evil government, is relative to past governments that we've had, implying that past governments were better. Oh.
This showerhead does much more than normal showerheads. If you haven't bought it yet,
like
please
we
take
care,
2 minutes from me.
like we care.
We're more accommodating, better. South Nigeria is better.
Why do you think that?
In the sense of equity in the system, in the sense of intention to fight corruption, in the sense of being fair and just, even in the sense of security. Whatever happened, I mean, good luck Jonathan fought insecurity. He did. He was not so successful at it. Buhari took over and did. This government are not interested in that.
Is that fair to say?
They are not interested in...
You know, there are people, I mean, in a state like yours, where people at Adamawa State, that is deviled by this insecurity challenge. And one of the 3 states that has faced Boko Haram attacks over the years. Would it be fair tonight to say that this government is doing nothing in terms of security for the soldiers who stay up at night, securing the people of Adamawa State, for example?
Let me tell you, my friend, don't try to blackmail me. Before this government came into government, Adamawa State was peaceful. Small skirmishes in border areas with Borno State, yes, but completely peaceful. Before, I mean, now we can go to our farms, except for a small area in my local government which borders Sambisa Forest. There's no more this. And sometimes, occasionally, they come down from the mountains in Madagali, and then they come down and forage for food. And anybody they come find on the way, they attack you physically. But Adamawa is extremely relatively peaceful now, and this government made it that way.
So things are worse in Adamawa now. Is that what you're saying? Compared to when Buhari was in government 2 years ago?
By the time Buhari was leaving, Adamawa was completely peaceful.
But things are now worse.
But now there are some skirmishes, like in my local government. Suddenly there are some people now coming to invade lands, drive out the people, kill them, and so on and so forth. But it wasn't like that before. During Buhari's time, it was not like that.
But someone like the NSA, who is your brother from Adamawa,
yes,
who says they are working day and night to fish out these people,
yes,
is there to say about your own brother?
My own brother.
Is it not your brother?
Yes, my friend.
It's not your
we are from the same state, yes.
But you don't belong in the same political alignment.
No, we don't.
That's why you don't respect whatever work he's doing.
I don't see what work is doing. I mean, if I see what work is doing, I'll tell you. You know me now. I'm never somebody to say what is not there. If I see results of what they are doing, I'll say it. It won't hurt me. It won't kill me. But I don't see it. I mean, yes, I know soldiers are out there. Some are losing their lives. Quite a lot of them are from my community that came back dead. I know that. I know. And the soldiers are losing their lives. And why are they losing their lives? Because the system that's supposed to support them has failed. It has failed. I mean, when you send a soldier into battlefield with an old antiquated rifle that has can only hold 20 rounds of ammunition and is facing an enemy that has chains of 1 kilometer or 1 meter of bullets, and you shoot 1 to 3, it hooks, it jams.
But why did you change things? You were the former SPF.
We did. Who thought we didn't do it?
Our
time was better. They had better arms. We had this advantage that our own was a soldier. Our head of state was a soldier. He understood the issues and he did well.
So because President Bola Tinubu is not a soldier,
I mean, maybe he doesn't. Yes, or maybe he's not interested.
Let me ask you. You are David. In fact, some people call you Pastor Lawal.
I have 2 degrees in theology. Christian theology. Yeah.
Okay. Well, academically speaking, but practically, are you a practicing pastor?
I practiced missionary work when I was young.
But you backslid when you grew old.
Yeah, well, now I don't do missionary work because, for one, I'm diabetic. I need to carry my injection, which requires refrigeration.
I bet hold on, I'll come back. You guys, Mona, just wait. StreamYard people, Mona, wait first. I want to fix this landscape.
But now,
I know that.
You're changing your ways.
No, I know God better now.
You know more money now. So
even the service to God, the sharing is graded according to your abilities.
So I just.
Yeah, I know.
So the point I'm making is that, and I'm drawing. Would you regard yourself as a minority Christian in a large? Just a moment, sir. A minority Christian from a largely Muslim north?
No, I don't know. Let's define that. There's no minority Christian. There's no minority.
Is Christianity a minority in the northern Nigeria?
I think what you're trying to say, sure, is that I come from one of the smaller tribes, which in terms of Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, they are called major tribes because they are larger than ethnic groups. So there are some of us, like my own, probably below 1 million, or if maximum maybe 1 million, and then we aggregate ourselves to form a whole, and then they call us a minority. A minority in the sense that individually we are small, but nothing more than that.
So there are Christians, right?
You don't see the work somebody because you don't respect the person. No. I'm not talking. He said if I'm seeing what he's doing, I will talk about it, but I'm not seeing it.
Standing in most part of the northern Nigeria, but there is a perception that Christians are not, the voices of Christians are not as prominent.
No, in northern Nigeria. But you are one. You are a Christian.
Yeah, I'm Christian. I'm one of those tribes. Yeah. Okay. You see, you need to look at the historical reasons why this is this. When the British came during the colonial days, by that time there was jihad. And the jihad actually went around conquering and installing Islamic emirates. But quite a lot of the tribes resisted them, and they were not able to conquer them. And those tribes, mostly smaller tribes like our own, eventually embraced Christianity, or they were already Christians by the time of the jihad of 1904 or so. But you see, the British had an issue. They wanted to rule through the indirect rule, and they felt that establishing using the emirate system was good because it was already established administratively and so on. So they were collecting tax effectively. So the British leaned on that system and went about, like in Adamawa, where majority of the tribes were not conquered, went about installing and demoting the chiefdoms.
It's too fast.
Where there is a chiefdom like my own, where we were first class, they wanted to rule through the indirect system, through the emirate system. So they demoted our own people and gave ascendancy to the newcomer, the emir, the landlord.
Can you imagine?
And so all over the place, that's how it has been. So they were not able to conquer us, and this position remained, and that we feel that we are not subservient to the Fulani, to the Muslims, so to say. Quite a lot of our people converted to Islam eventually, not by coercion of the jihad, but by conviction or whatever. So the dynamics has remained that way. The tension has remained that way. The jihadists feel superior. We feel they are not, because in any case, like me, they didn't conquer my people. They just went to Yola and installed Modibo Adama, who came with the staff from office from Sokoto, and enhanced his status. So this is what has affected the dynamics of the land. Now, majority of us are Christians of those tribes, and we are many. We cut across, like you said.
Do you feel subdued?
No, we don't feel subdued, and that is the issue.
Is there a religious discrimination to the point that it can be described as a deliberate attempt to subjugate or some kind of genocide going on in northern Nigeria?
There are two things. You separate the emirate system and the traditional chieftaincy issues aside, jihad and those who were not conquered by jihad, religion, and the consequent upon that, what is the dynamics between the Christianity and Islam? It appears that the jihadists have not forgiven the Christian community for not being conquered. And they have consistently used all manner of subterfuge to get that ascendancy. To the extent shown that if you call a Muslim nail cutter today, he's cutting you and he will feel superior to you because he's Muslim. Now, one of the reasons why we protested the Muslim ticket was because, and I did say it here, it was going to give such fundamentalists, Islamic fundamentalists, the impetus, the courage to go ahead, feeling that now is their government. They've had a stamp of approval at the federal, so it's now an excuse for them to go down the line. It does happen. I gave you a story one time when a Fulani man, a headsman, entered my farm with his cows, and we arrested him, and we were taken to the police station, and he was boasting that, do you think that I can come to your farm without somebody giving me the permission? This is our government. I was even then an SGF. And for a cattle herder to tell me that Buhari authorized him to go and do what, enter my farm, was very annoying. But you see, at his level of education, he thinks that because the president was a Muslim, he had the right to do whatever he wanted and get away with it. And now that is the consequence of the Muslim ticket. It has given them the courage to go the last mile, persecuting people, intimidating people, and killing people where they refuse to be intimidated.
Christians are being killed in the north.
Massively, of course.
And this is a deliberate, so it's some kind of genocide, if you describe it that way.
It's a genocide. If it is not a genocide, it's a pogrom.
Give me a moment. We need to go on a break, everyone, but when we return, more on the conversation, especially as President Donald Trump in the United States declared Nigeria as a country of particular interest. But then the conversation is, how do we secure the lives, property?
All right, this feels almost illegal.
People call him Pastor David Lawal, but I mean, as a politician, I'm not sure he even remembers what part of the Bible is the book of Genesis or book of Nehemiah. But I mean, passions are high, tension is high in the country about this very sensitive matter. But the truth must be told, and we need to have the tough conversation. But there are a lot of people who believe that as a political figure of your kind of profile, there are some things that need not to be said, and there are some things that are too sensitive to be said. And when you say there is a genocide against Christians in the north, that those who say maybe you're not very, very correct with your
Reverend Dachomo is going to wait to abeg. This is Reverend Dachomo is going to be on News Central tomorrow at 7 p.m. Okay, West African time, EAT 9 p.m. Abeg. I no go dey up at that time. Whoa, we are going to stream that. Dachomo, the man with fire in his soul. No respect.
Position they have there. So I've watched the argument going about on this issue of genocide. It is one-sided. I mean, obviously, those who are more vehemently opposing it are the Muslims, whose brothers are the perpetrators of the genocide. The argument has always been, and they come with this very funny narrative that, Muslims too are also being killed. More Muslims are being killed than Christians. Well, that's the argument, but it does not justify that which is happening. If 1,000 children are killed, and among that 1,000, one is your own, your worries about that your own. And in any case, why is the argument dodging the fact that those being accused of carrying out the genocide are Muslims? They are not Christians. So if a Muslim wakes up and starts killing people, kills 1,000 Muslims and kills 100 Christians, the argument we do have among we Christians is that probably those they are killing are Muslims they consider not of the caliber they thought would be.
But is it deliberate? Or these are just ragtag criminals who are...
break. You come about 500 of you on a motorcycle, you enter a village, burn it, kill it, cut off the head of the pregnant woman, slit her stomach to bring out the Christian child.
But does criminality know religion? Do they ask people, are you a Christian or a Muslim before they kill them?
They kill you because they are Christian, and also they kill Muslims because they don't think they are good Muslims. Nobody agrees.
If I see you on the road, your Christianity is not written on your head.
Yes.
So, and if anybody attacks you...
But if you come to Benue State, and you go to a village in Benue State and kill everybody, you can't claim that you don't know that that community is wholly Christian. You can't claim you don't. Because you know.
Do you have a personal experience? And the reason why I brought the conversation, and I started the conversation about where you are from, the number of your tribe and your religion in Adamawa, for example, that is a predominant northern state, and the kind of narrative that has gone on. That's why I asked you that specific question. And the fundamental issue is whether or not these are just criminal elements who attack possibly vulnerable spots in Nigeria that are occupied by Christians accidentally. Is it possible?
Well, it will be amazing to find out why a majority of those criminals killing Christians and of course Muslims have the inclination because they are Muslims. It's up to you to find out why is it that the Fulani headsmen or the Fulani who you prefer to call some more generous names like bandits who are doing all these killings. Is it not amazing that they are from one single tribe and religion? Is it not amazing? Is it not amazing that they have sufficient armaments at their they kill and maim and loot and burn? Is it not amazing that somebody, it doesn't occur to you, Shewon, that somebody somewhere must be funding them?
You're saying that this is an orchestrated...
Because the resources at their disposal is so enormous that sometimes they are better, all the time they are better armed than the soldiers. All we don't have these days is maybe they are yet to acquire helicopters and bombers. But we do hear now these days that they now also use drones. Now, if it is just a primitive, uneducated, bush-living Fulani man that decides to do this, how does he get the knowledge?
You have painted a whole tribe, a Fulani tribe.
They don't call their own people to order. If one of you goes bad and you don't call him to order, you don't check him, if my son goes out to custody him and I don't call him to order, if they say my whole family is involved, you are right.
So are you saying that Trump is right?
Giving Tuesday is a global effort that encourages people to do good.
This is what Nigerians need to be doing. No hold back. Nothing remain.
Might be right, might not be right. But don't forget, Shewon, there was a delegation that first went to the United States to tell I think Obama then that Christians were being slaughtered in Nigeria. It included this man.
Bam.
Which man? The president. That APC delegation. I saw the picture. Buhari was there. Amechi was there. I think he was the one even sitting close to the president, where they went to lobby the Americans that the Goodluck Jonathan government was carrying out genocide. So these are the issues that beat your mind. They go there themselves and say it does happen. They come back and when we say it happened, they say no, it doesn't happen anymore because we're in government. And look, the issue is this. Forget about whether there's genocide or not in Nigeria. The issue is that guarantee of security of life and our property. That's it. That's what we want from government.
How difficult is that?
Ask them.
You've been in government.
Yeah.
You know how difficult it could be. Is there anything you think could make it more difficult for this government? If you, in your own view, you think that they are not doing enough, But what do you think could have made it more difficult?
Government is progressive. If we didn't do well enough, they should do well enough. They say they will do better. And let them do the better they say they will do. We don't care about all this nomenclature of pogrom, what did you call the other one?
Genocide.
Genocide. All Nigerians want is peaceful living. It doesn't benefit me that my child is killed and 1,000 children of other people are killed. It doesn't benefit me in any way.
Exactly.
What benefits me most is that everybody is alive. Let this government assure us, Christians, and if they like, including Muslims, that
to what end, Mr. Lawal, are these people you say are not being called to order? To what end? Do you think is their motive of killing people? Forget whether they are Christians or Muslim. Every individual that is being killed is human, first and foremost, in the eyes of God, whatever your faith is.
Yes.
To what end? What are they trying to achieve? Because I assume that these people are also Nigerians.
Yes, I resort to the Bible. I think it's Jeremiah. It says, the heart of man is desperately evil. You can't fathom it. You know, it's in the Bible. It says the heart of man is desperately evil. You begin to wonder what as an average human being that God has blessed you don't have that type of heart. You know, you begin to wonder what drives such people to slaughter, cut off the head of a pregnant woman, slit her stomach, remove the umbilical and smash it to the ground. You never understand. You cannot understand. It's just the way God creates the world and so on. So they have their reasons. I believe, as I gave you a background, when the jihad was unable to successfully conquer other people as they had intended, and we resisted and survived, there's probably a new theology that they must also continue, or they resent us, or they don't want to see us, or whatever it is. I don't know. Maybe they don't want to see us. Maybe they don't want to see us alive. Maybe our being alive annoys them, or annoys somebody there. I don't know. And look, and then the government, by deliberate actions, seems to encourage that. I tell you, I refer back to this Muslim ticket. That is the battleground. That's the fundamental basis where they have the justification to continue. If the government itself decided, no, we have no regard for the Christians in Nigeria, we can run our government as Muslims, whether they like it or not, they can go to hell. So what do you talk of the man on the ground? It goes. Recently there was argument about they also want to bring, what do they call it, something economy, Islamic economy, halal economy. And when people came to me complaining, I said, what do we expect to happen? When they have a Muslim government, they decided to do it. How do you expect them not to progress until they get to the end? What was the essence of the Muslims not to get?
Are you saying this because you are now of the APC, you don't belong with
I said this even when I was in APC. So I was here with you when I was in APC.
What they ate for breakfast in the 1920s.
William Kellogg invented cornflakes because he couldn't get...
When did I leave APC? Only on the formation of ADC.
Give me a moment. By the way, that meeting you were talking about was in Lagos with John Kerry, the then Secretary of State, where you had the then candidate Buhari, the then chairman of the APC, John Oyebu, and you had now President Bola Tinubu, and you have Rotimi Amechi. But there are those who will say that conversation was not around whether or not there was genocide. That John Kerry also met with other political parties.
Yes, but I can tell you that was the conversation.
So that there was genocide.
Yes.
Maybe the genocide doesn't exist anymore longer.
I've read somewhere when I was coming, of course, there is a lot of fake news, but where Donald Trump was saying that he was carrying out the request of Bola Tinubu about genocide in Nigeria. I've read somewhere. It could be true, it could not be true these days of fake media. But look, don't tell me. We are not interested in whether. Look, I, as a person, I'm a very patriotic Nigerian. You cannot keep me outside Nigeria for 7 days without my feeling that I'm in exile or something. I like this country. I would therefore not want to surrender my security or any other thing, whatever, to a foreign country. The last time I was in America was the year 2000, 25 years ago.
Why is this government look like it's under attack? There is a rumor of coup. Here you come, there's another foreign government that is on the
There's a saying that those who make peaceful change possible, make violent change possible. Those who make peaceful change impossible, make violent change possible. Now, if a human being is not unable to, we adopted this democracy in which we have the right to change our leaders when they don't serve us well. And then you see that right is being eroded. The possibility of you exercising that right is being eroded. What else do we have then to to effect a change of government. What else do you have? What do you do?
Are you justifying the coup?
No, I'm saying, I've told you before. No, I mean, if you make peaceful change impossible, be prepared for a violent change.
So meaning that 2027 is being pushed in the face of everyone and making it like...
Yeah, this issue did not start with Bola Tinubu, issue of democracy being subverted, you vote, you don't get counted. That started quite a long time ago, immediately after General Obasanjo, then progressively things got up to stage where now, it has become so pervasive, so scary, so you feel caged. You feel unable to exercise your democratic rights. You feel unable to, they've now converted APC into a refugee camp for EFCC refugees. You pack billions, you go, you negotiate, you join APC. The story going around that they even give you humongous amount of money for a governor that becomes. So what do we do, for God's sake? We now put our heads on the chopping block, come and chop it? When there's no security, you complain. The government, if you complain about insecurity in your area, the government comes after you. They have all sorts of thugs in the government.
Yeah, give me a moment. We need to go on another break. We'll be right back to wrap up that conversation.
Of genocide, before I give him my views. First of all, the level of genocide is two, even though people don't like to talk about it. The Fulani perpetrators of this violence, first of all, we know the Boko Haram started with the genocide, Christians they were attacking, so there's no debate about that. But now, you see that other victims of this genocide are the Hausa people. The Hausa people around Sokoto, KB, Katsina, and so on. They are the ones there. When you mention many people, Muslims are being killed, they are Muslim Hausas that are being slaughtered in their thousands, in mosques and so on and so forth. Then, of course, there are also the Christian genocide everywhere. That one, there's no dispute about it. Now, what to do about it? The government should assure us that they can give us the peace, security, and prosperity that we desire. If they are unable to do that, they cannot blame any part of the society that decides to seek help from anywhere. I don't know whether you know, I give you a story. In the Bible, there's a theology of Christian brotherhood, where we are considered as brothers, the universal church, in which we are supposed to be our brother's keeper, irrespective of tribe, nationality, or ethnicity. You are supposed to come to the defense of your brother when he's in trouble. So if the American Christians decide that they are going to come to the aid of the Nigerian Christians because they are in their stress, that is theological, that is biblical. There's ample position in it. Go and study it. Theology of Christian brotherhood. So they are within their rights as Christians to come to the aid of Christians. And if Christians we feel unable to defend ourselves, the government is not listening. When you talk to government, they send their attack, those insult you, insult your father, say all sorts of things. You begin to be despondent. Right. So they should assure us that they can protect us, and then we join them to tell the Americans to keep off our land.
Mr. Pastor David Babachilawa, thank you so much for your time tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you. Former Secretary to the Government of the Federation. And that's our show for tonight, everyone. Many thanks for watching. I'm Sean Kimale. God bless Nigeria.
One spoonful of honey with cinnamon before bed equals zero memory collapse.
Okay, guys.
The billion-dollar industry
about
doesn't.
that. Oh, shoot.
We have with us now studios Professor.
That's not what I intended to do. Let's switch over. Okay, Natu, over to you. Say, Natu, Oya, let's have it.
First of all,
introduction.
This show is a motherfucker.
No minor. That's what they do.
Reverend Ezekiel, they up and down. They look for people who go interview and make they hear what they happen for Plateau. It's exactly they speak English, they bite in tongue.
I'm telling that. By the way, since you mentioned Reverend Ezekiel, if they come channel News Central tomorrow, 7 p.m. Nigerian time. Anybody when want join?
News Central.
Yeah, News Central and Nigerian News. I go stream am for here. So yeah, I go stream am because he's gonna be on there live. I was very happy to see it. News Central, the interview on tomorrow, 7
I was
p.m.
happy when I saw this lady interview him too. Adeola.
Yeah, I didn't even know. It was thanks to Tracy. Immediately I streamed it. Go ahead.
She asked me of the number I didn't have, but you know my husband is from Jos.
Okay.
So my sister, yeah, and my sister-in-law is she's a lawyer. She's one of the top civil servant lawyers there.
Okay.
I mean, what do you call them? So I called my sister-in-law. I told her to get me the number. So by the time when I sent it to her, she was like, she just finished interviewing him. I'm like, all right.
I beg, can you bring him here? Can you bring him on here? I'd like to interview him.
I'll give you the number if you can contact him.
Yeah, please send me the number. I'd like to interview him. That man he's a hero to me. I'm sorry. And I've been sharing his access number, bank account. So anybody who's looking to pay tithe and offering, since una hand is scratch una, more na pay tithe and offering to Reverend Dachomo. I beg, I beg una. Go ahead. Sorry. Welcome, brother Ben. I see you. Go ahead.
That guy, if you talk about hero, I don't even know the right word to use. Is there any other this that is higher than hero? Because right now, the way the man is talking with, he's not even scared of death at this point. He's not scared of death. He said if they should come and kidnap me quick.
Yep.
They're even wasting time. And my family will not pay a dime. You know? And I've been saying what this man that show interviewed now was saying. I've been saying it a long time. I said that I have Muslim friends. One of my best friends is a Muslim. But I told them, I said, but because that my friend is Hausa, she said, but then they're Hausa. I said, I don't care. But the truth is that as long as this thing is happening, and you guys are not disputing it, and I'm not saying these people are not part of you, and you're not calling it out, you are sitting down and looking, and if they go there to go and shoot, and they say Allah Akbar, but you cannot tell me they are not Muslims. You can't tell me they are not Muslims. You cannot. But because I'm a northerner, if they speak, I can tell you. If you go to ask them sometimes, Omoye, and you tell them that during Ramadan, some of the
you're breaking up. You're breaking up, Natu.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Now it's better. Yeah.
Yeah, so they asked the boy, they said, are you not fasting? He said, I'm not fasting, I'm Fulani. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And the Fulanis don't want you to regard them as Hausa Fulani or Hausas. They don't want that. They do not want that. And that's why even when they go for the buying, they buy also the Hausa. Yes. It's an offense to call a Fulani man the Hausa man.
Wow. So all the Hausa Fulani is just political.
So the Hausa Fulani thing is political. That's number one, yes. And because they have like a lot of intermarriage between them, so those people that want to claim, you know how you want to claim I'm an American Nigerian?
Yes.
That's the same thing for the Hausa Fulani.
Okay.
Well, Fulani Gongo, they will go for a Hausa Fulani person and pay him and say you're not real Fulani.
Kai.
Yes.
Man.
And let me tell you, when my father was alive, my father was a veterinary doctor. He had this Fulani man from us that used to go and treat his cows and his all his sheep and the rest of them. The man became a very good family friend. He comes around us anytime they are doing stuff. He comes, but you can never refer to him as Hausa. He calls himself Fulani. And during Ramadan, Hausa people, if they sight the moon on the 29th, they do Salah on the 29th. Fulani do fasting till the 30th. If you not see moon or not see moon, and let me tell you something, Fulani man, you better make you kill him, make you buy him picking, and make you buy him cow.
Wow.
Yes. If you buy Fulani man cow, you go wipe your entire village out.
My goodness.
You will wipe your... Yes. Go and ask this anywhere. I'm saying it to my future. My name is Natu. If you buy Fulani man cow one, buy him picking, he go forgive you. Wallahi go forgive you. But in cow, oh no, you playing.
Wow.
That's why when they said that bullshit in Benue and they said that, oh, because some of their cows were being pied, what were they doing? They were going to people's farm and taking their cows to go and eat their grains. Is that fair?
Of course not.
Is that fair? Is that not wickedness? And you don't want me to retaliate? You don't want me to retaliate. Now America is saying it's coming for Christians. They are saying that
they are killing Christians too. Hey!
Let me make this analogy. Omoye, we grew up in Nigeria, me and you. When we were children, they don't beat you for house if you make offense.
Of course.
But you know, say you get one neighbor where anytime they beat you, you go run to the neighbor, they call the neighbor name, making you say, my mama that I may call rescue.
Exactly.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
That's the same thing that is going on.
Yes.
So what's the difference? What's the difference between Nigeria and America now? One Christian they say, Donald Trump, come and help us. Because when the person when they hear their cry, will come help them, they come.
Exactly. Now we tell them, these places when I go, I say, what? Look, why were you people not making noise? Why is it that you people saying that Christians should shut up and not talk because they are also killing? I don't understand. That's what I asked one of
the
them.
The only downside of America coming to Nigeria is that the Americans will not know the difference between a Christian and a Muslim. That's number one. If they want to wipe out a village, you understand what I'm saying? That's the difference that they don't know.
But they know. But they But they have intel of where these people are.
They're not going to be careless. They're not going to be as careless as that. Even in conventional war, they don't just strike.
They already have. Go ahead.
This guy that Shehu interviewed now, if you are seeing him walking on the street on a regular day, if you didn't tell he's a Christian, will you know he's a Christian?
No, but they have intel. They know the people that are doing these things. So not true. It's not. They're not just going to just target a village, for instance. Now.
Okay, wait, my sister. Okay. Even when we get intel, say we get rat and cockroach for house, we put poison. Another thing will not be rat and we feel can't chop. Even your pikin feel can't touch them. Even though you get intel, say even your pikin will get intel, say the poison are for rat and for cockroach. If you by mistake see touch something, okay?
Well,
am I wrong?
I don't know what to say to that. I cannot categorically say no.
Let me be honest. I'm not against it.
I know you are not. I've
been telling the Muslims all this while. If you don't say I don't they talk.
Can I answer you? Can I contribute to what you just said?
No.
Can I ask something to that?
I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Yeah. They don't just strike it. Even in conventional wars, right? It's against the international engagement. Even in conventional war, when countries are fighting against, you don't kill civilians, you don't kill those that cannot help themselves. Without you try as much as possible to minimize, civilian targets, casualties. So you have to. Do you know what? There was a time, and America was kidnapped in Nigeria. America went into Nigeria, rescued their citizens. Nigerian authorities were not aware.
Exactly.
So that's the level of intelligence they have. So that's just to answer you, to summarize it.
I understand that. I appreciate that, sir. So that's the problem there. So if they thief for your house, and you know clear open mouth say that they thief because say that your nephew they stay for your house, maybe people among
exactly.
You know what they catch your nephew. But then the day when they thief for my house, where I said they thief for you go see now today is Saturday thief.
Exactly.
The woman will say, oh, my husband beat. Okay, let's talk about Regina now and then. If senators who have no command protest for her, they say, why senators who have no command? Some of them go say, even once they chop beating them out, they close. So, how does that add up? How does that solve the situation? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So the issue that people are trying to say, Muslims are being killed too. Yeah, they are being. If you go and check the areas that Muslims are being killed, now areas where get natural resources. Go and check. Yes.
Even at that, it doesn't even make sense. If you say Muslims are being killed, you are admitting indirectly that there is a genocide.
Exactly.
You are saying the primary responsibility of the government is the protection of lives and property. If you are saying people are being killed, you just accepted the accusation from America.
Exactly. Who are killing them? Exactly.
And then also
you admitting that you are paid.
Exactly.
And the reason why they are not talking also is that say if you don't train your picking well, You go see one of your friend daughter. You go say, my son go match this one now. Let them marry. When they come marry, you call him cheat your friend daughter. You don't get mouth to talk now because now you're part of your training. Oh my man, just now one. This one is funny. Okay. You know that it happened badly, but it was between my mother and my brother. My younger brother is the only boy. So my mama, all the beating where we get and the punishment we collect, that boy, you know, collect 1%. So one day my mama come phone group with only me and my sisters because she want to report my brother. Say, and then my brother, she calls him my son. She can't say, now we won't talk about now to Peking. Because this boy, anytime he do anything, if I talk to him, he go carry face for me in the morning, he go even they keep malice. Omoye, with my full chest, I come out tell my mother, I say, Mommy, that's you now. I said, that's your training. What did they come me or can't do now? My mother not talk to me for 1 week. I lie for there. I don't lie. Exactly. That's the truth. So Nigeria, the problem is they don't want to take accountability. That's the problem that they have. Yes. All the Muslim clerics now, they are biting their mouth because they are the ones that advocate for Muslim ticket. Of course. When Wike was made the FCT minister, what did they say? They said that since the inception of Abuja, a non-Muslim have never been FCT minister. Exactly. Your father. Exactly. Now your papa land. Exactly. I didn't want to Saudi to be FCT minister. Mm-hmm. They wanted the UK to be taken. There was, if you hear what some of these malams are saying, oh my goodness. There's this one that they call in Abuja digital malam, one sheikh. He said, I've been telling you guys for a long time that when you are talking about death, talk about human beings being killed. Let the government do something about it. But because it was Christians that were being killed at that time, you are not saying anything. Yes. Christians are talking. You Muslims, he's a Muslim alamo. He said, you Muslims did not talk. Now they talk and they are going to get help. And you people are screaming. Whose fault is it? Exactly. Eh? We have to get to that point. Exactly. If I get hungry, I say, Omoye, when I lost my job 3 months ago, we're having a conversation. What did I tell you? I said, Omoye, in case you hear anything, they find work because I lost my job. What happened? 2 months later, I got a job because I didn't keep quiet. Yep. One of my friends called and said, how you get 100% remote job? Where they go back for? I said, because I don't keep quiet. Because I don't keep quiet. Yep. Now who cry? Come out, they get help. Now you go exactly. So why is that the problem? Somebody inboxed me the other day, say, please get an in-law where they go get breast cancer. If I feel help. I said, when are they share flyer? I said, how can I help reshare? You reshare? You don't reshare. No go screening. Now they come for me for help. What do you want me to do? People will go screening, I attend to them first. If I finish, if chance there, I go let your in-law. But if chance not, they're not what I have to do. Bam. So that's the irony of this whole thing right now. And there was one senator that said this before. He said that this thing that is happening, that we were not doing anything about it. He's talking to the Senate. He said that our children will suffer from it. They never even buy Senate, they suffer from it. They are still here. They are suffering from it. Yep. So that's the problem. That's just the problem. Nigeria is a country of concern. As Trump has called it. Particular concern, absolutely. You can't buy food. You can't buy food. You can't move freely. Abuja to Kaduna used to be less than 2 hours. It will take you 4 hours. The other day, a train was driving from Abuja to Kaduna. That was how the front of the train detached and left the back of the train. He had to reverse and come and connect the train again and pull the train and be going. What kind of life is that? Can you imagine? What kind of life is that? When I came to America 2009, my ticket round trip was 160,000. 1.6 cannot get me a good ticket now. Can you imagine? 1.6 cannot get me a good ticket. Hello. Hey. Me, when be my own town, I don't go. My man go the beat guy. If I enter car from Abuja, they go Kaduna. I pray. I'm not a Catholic. But there's this rosary. I used to pray. Thank you, Jesus prayer. I go circle that rosary from Abuja. Oh, he has 200 beats. And then thank you, Jesus, will reach Kaduna. You dey go your house new. You dey go your house new. You see, this thing is like they do me like Yahoo money. You get money, build house. You know, feel live for house because you dey fear me things or EFCC no come catch you. You go the rent house for another place. What does that make sense? At all. They do me like Yahoo money. Because Nigeria now has them, but to go na problem. The problem.
Wow.
No problem. And the government is not doing anything about it. The only thing that they are doing, all these journalists is to be hosting Ned, to be talking about.
I'm telling you, Regina.
Are you whining me? Are you whining me? He has heard about that. Why people are crying? That's just what they say. I'm going to soon touch everybody. Now turn by turn.
I'm telling you.
Now turn by turn. I'm going to touch everybody. If it happen now, one of our neighbors that time that when her son was going to steal people's stuff, and she was saying it's not her son. Omoye, that woman did not see the corpse of her son. No. Her son was spy. She don't see the corpse. That boy now for him body I first started to see Timberland in the early 90s. Timberland, what they call it Timbolo. Now body I started to see at that time.
Yeah.
The mama said no, they are picking. When the thing happened, when they shot him, she didn't see his corpse till today while they talk to you. Yeah. I was not even up to 10 years old at that time. I wasn't. So if the government are not doing anything about it, very soon even Tinubu go inside convoy, they go kidnap him.
People when they send threat to his wife say, well, you know even supposed to marry the one when he marry, supposed to kill him. I say supposed to kill his wife. There's one man that said it. One of these Fulani people. Fulani clerics.
Yep. But she, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because his wife is
she not be Muslim. She not be Muslim.
And let me tell you how well coordinated this bullshit is, Omoye. My friend is telling me about my friend was telling me about a particular state governor, right? If he's going to travel, he call the bandit and say, I'm mounting the roads from 9 to 12. You people stay away. I'm not making this up. So there's this yes. So there's this political rival that he has that he wanted them to do away with the person. So but that political rival has been very good to the bandits. Wow. They give them food. Yes. So when he called them, he said, this so and so person. My husband, they look me from up. And then like, hello, sir. Well done. So this guy, when they now called him and said that the bandit said that they should hold that guy, they should buy that guy. When the bandit said that they feel hold the guy, but they don't feel do anything because the guy is too good to them. Yes, they are aware now. Not be informers and for a state governor, they do this thing with Tunji that time. They don't say picture with Tunji or head of the bandit. Yes. Gumi has the nerve to go on national TV or international TV and say they should treat bandits with empathy that they are human beings too. Are you mad? Are you mad, sir? Show me one person that the bandits have treated with empathy. One person. One person. One person that the bandits have treated with empathy. One person.
Now wow.
People go just no get fear of God for their life.
At all. My sister. Thank you very much. Make I come the wrap am up. I don't almost do 5 hours on top of this matter. Make I get strength for tomorrow. I'm telling you. Comrade Omoye, if you get anything to add, I beg. Just help me add and make we wrap am up.
It's almost the same story every time. So
yeah.
I'm tired of repetition.
I know.
So if they are denied there is no genocide, they turn around to say this one is spy, this one, the other one is spy, that one. You know, you indirectly asserted that the thing is going on. So what are you doing about it?
Exactly.
So, Buhari didn't hide his own feelings. He made it open that he was protecting his Boko Haram brothers.
Yeah.
But when this one came again, I thought it was going to be a different ball game. But he still do the same thing, protecting them indirectly. So they have made buying a very lucrative industry.
Exactly.
For themselves and for their brothers in the military. So I'm not against Trump coming, you know.
At all.
But it's good for Trump to intervene at this time. But then we must wake up as a people because we cannot continue to wait for Trump every time. Maybe after 3-4 years, Trump is no longer going to be there.
Exactly.
We must wake up as a people
to
take our power back, you know, to hold our people, our government accountable.
Yes.
You know, so everybody is not going to be like Trump, you know. the threat alone he has started yielding results already.
Yeah.
He's putting the government on the stone. They're only haters scatter.
Yep.
They are panicking. He put them in a very panicky mode already. So indirectly, it's already yielding results.
Exactly.
So people must capitalize on situations like this
exactly.
to let our government know that they are not our God. They are not demigods.
Exactly.
The power belongs to the real power. The genuine power belongs to the people.
Yeah.
I hate when people talk about how we're colonized, the wrong foundation that we're laying, the foreign interest in Africa. I understand all that, man. I understand. I don't have argument with that. But then what are we doing? Because no slave master ordinarily would allow any slave to go because he's getting all the benefit from the slave. So we must wake up as a people to say enough is enough. I rest it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Omoye.
Have a good night, sister.
Yeah, have a great night.
Real quick.
Yes.
Real quick.
Comrade, before you go, before you guys, sorry, Natu, before you say what you want to say, there's a protest, Nigerians in the abroad. If you can find your way to Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill on the 1st of December, please do. If not boat, you want pado, to reach there, pardon. If not trek, you want start to the trek and now. By first, you go reach there. I beg. We need numbers.
I will start my trek tonight.
I beg. You understand? Start your trek tonight so that. Washington DC.
Mobilize anybody when you get
exactly. Mobilize people. We need to show up for Washington as Nigerians. The crowd need to day plenty so that we go call out this genocide that is going on. I beg, I beg una. Let's make this happen. If you live in the United States, find your way there, regardless of where you are. Show up. This concerns you. Go ahead, Natu.
Sister Moye,
yeah.
You know what's even funny?
Mm-hmm.
You know what's even funny?
Yeah.
What they are trying to deny, the people you are talking to know more than you do.
Exactly.
They have all the information. So that protest is just going to reinforce what people have been saying. They have everything.
Yes.
Everything is documented before them.
Exactly.
This same idiot called T-Pain led a delegation. I saw my uncle there. Yegu was in that delegation to tell them that Jonathan could not protect Christians. Now you cannot turn around to say what you said before it's not a lie.
Exactly.
It's even getting worse every day.
Yep.
So if you went to America to tell them that the Christians population were not protected in Nigeria, and now you have opportunity to be president, the thing is getting worse every day. You cannot turn around to say it's a lie.
Exactly.
They just have to sit and wake up and do what they're supposed to do.
Exactly. No, you're right.
Will not take them anywhere.
Exactly.
Complicate the situation.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Natu, go ahead.
I lost my train of thought.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Sorry, madam.
No.
Your connection.
I think I lost it.
Okay. No wahala. We go help me send Reverend Ezekiel number. Maybe so that he go fit come give us interview. The man need to go all around. Media just dey talk all over.
And that man needs all the protection he can get.
He need all the protection.
Information.
Yes, we need.
He needs all the protection. If he needs to relocate somewhere, he has to, so that we need more from him.
Yes, exactly. So that's it. So anyway, guys, now here we go end them. We go come back so that we go get energy to come out tomorrow. Say to Nigeria matter now every day until we see results now every day matter.
You dey try, you be Amazon, you be one man mopo. You want one mopo. Thank you very much. I salute your courage.
Thank you very much. Good night, good night, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Hey, Natu, thank you very much, guys. This has been real. I appreciate you guys for being here with me. Make I go rest. I beg, I don't try for today. We go dey do the rest tomorrow. Tracy, thank you very much. I appreciate you specially. Thank you for the super chat. I really, really appreciate it. Michael, thank you. Guy Wanlele, thank you. Kene was here. Since I talked about Anambra yesterday, Kene, they beef me. I know, I dey feed the beef. Kene, they vex. Kene say, keep on scrolling. Nothing to see here, nothing to... So I understand, Kene Don't worry, beef for as long as you need to. um Guys, thank you so much. Brother Ben, thank you for stopping by. Natu, thank you for your contribution. If you remember, abeg come back and tell us. So we just hope say no be Fulani beef. Now my Kene dey beef. Since I talk about Anambra, Kene dey beef me. I say abeg everybody for the country na the same. So there's no need. Na the same. All right, guys, it's been fun. Mona Sue na representative o. They say na house leader Tununwada Doguwa Federal Constituency in London. See wetin Mona see, e dey show off to una. Okay, na guy, you are supporting him na. I know he's your man. You support your man.
Good morning. It's raining all over. It's a great place. Good. Let's go back. That's our enter the reception. Thank you. Good job.
Oh, Coco Bioko, my people. Oh my God, I forgot to play the song. There's a song. Make I play am for now. This is perfect song for now to sing. When we take part for today. Wait, hold on. Where am I? Hey, where is it? There we go. No sound, okay. Why is there no sound? Okay, I'll go to another. Let me play it from here. I just so I go enjoy this song. Where is it? Okay. Don't sing song to Donald Trump. Oh my God, my people. Thank you very much for joining me. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'll see you guys on my... I'm telling you, the guy try. Thank you guys. Enjoy the rest of your evening, everyone. Bye.